We now come to the motion in the name of the Leader of the Opposition on UK farming and inheritance tax. I inform the House that I have selected Amendment A, tabled in the name of the Prime Minister. I now call Shadow Secretary of State Victoria Atkins to move the motion.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I beg to move the motion on the order paper. This government has driven farmers to despair. The hike in national insurance, the acceleration of de-linked payments, the fertiliser tax, the double cab tax, the stalling of capital grants, the scrapping of the Rural Services Delivery Grant and the slowing down of applications to farming schemes are all conspiring against our rural economy and the survival of British farms. Yet they've added a death tax to this, the family farm tax, which is seeing families across the United Kingdom worry about whether they will be able to hand on their farms to their children as generations have done before them. In the 36 days since Labour's budget, the Chancellor, the Secretary of State and the ministers have tried to justify their family farm tax that will break up family farms by claiming that only 500 farms will be affected each year. Awkwardly, the figures used by the Chancellor are contradicted by figures produced by DEFRA. The left hand doesn't know what the far left hand is doing, Mr Speaker. And when this figure was queried by the NFU, the CLA, the TFA, the farmers across the United Kingdom and us Conservatives, ministers told us all rather patronisingly we didn't understand and that farmers should seek professional advice. Well, farmers have sought professional advice, and that professional advice has revealed just how badly wrong the non-economist Chancellor has got her numbers. I won't, please, in a moment. Since the budget, the Central Association of Agricultural Valuers has analysed the family farm tax and applied tax law and the realities of modern-day farming to it. This analysis has revealed that up to 75,000 individual owners of farming businesses could be affected over the coming generation, even before inflation. That is the equivalent of 5 times the government's figure of 500 farms affected in 2026-27. How could they have got this so wrong? Because this city-dwelling Chancellor, Secretary of State and Exchequer Secretary don't understand modern farming or the countryside. They have overlooked a major area of tax policy and forgotten to consider thousands of farmers. As the Exchequer Secretary has confirmed, they forgot to include one of the 3 routes to this relief in their calculations. They have not included BPR-only claims in their figures. This means that as many as 14,000 tenant farmers who cannot claim APR because they do not own the land on which they farm are absent from their calculations. And what is worse is that ministers don't actually know how many farmers are affected by this. The city-dwelling Chancellor and Secretary of State have also forgotten about the farmers who followed professional advice in years gone by and transferred their farms into companies or partnerships. These farmers will only claim BPR and so have been left out of these calculations. Again, ministers don't know how many farmers are in this position. And I am told, I will in a minute, and I am told by advisers that some farmers choose to use BPR only because it's easier in probate. Guess what? Yet again, ministers don't know how many farms are in this position and they have not been included. I'll give way to the honourable gentleman and then I'll give way to the honourable lady, because I've...
Can I commend the Shadow Minister very much for bringing this forward? And this, I think it's a collective decision for this debate in the House. Is one of my farmers, my constituents, would very much support. In relation to the professional advice, I'm a member, declared interest as a member of the Ulster Farmers Union. We have sought legal advice through the Ulster Farmers Union. Professional advice, it indicates that somewhere in the region of 65% of farmers in Northern Ireland that are small farmers, family farms, will be affected by this. So when it comes to understanding this, Has Labour not really got it? Have no idea what's going on?
None, not a clue.
I thank my honourable friend for intervening, and the evidence is building again and again against the assurances that the Chancellor, the Secretary of State for DEFRA, Exchequer Secretary and the Farming Minister have given this House. And frankly, the farmers outside deserve better, but frankly, so do we as Members of Parliament. So I'm going to give way to the honourable lady there, and then I'm going to carry on with the calculations that have been got so wrong by this government.
I thank the right honourable member for giving way. The Shadow Secretary of State left a trail of destruction across the government. She is the Health Secretary who broke the NHS, the Prisons Minister who ran out of prison places, and the Treasury Minister who crashed the economy. No wonder her constituency majority crashed from 28 to 5,000. Does she not think it's time to apologise and support, for once, the government who is bringing back stability to British economy and farmers' profitability?
Order. I know members are jeering about reading. I know it used to be a rule when I came in the House that you shouldn't read. Both sides are doing it. Remember that. Sorry. I've got a point of order. You're a good friend, of course.
And this point of order is spontaneous, unlike that in
Ring over there.
It has? I am Mr. Spontaneity, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you're entirely right that many right honourable and honourable members read almost verbatim their speeches. But it is surely just rude and discourteous to this House to read a supposedly spontaneous intervention as if it's just come into the mind of the honourable lady, but she managed to find a typewriter and a printer in order to write down 2 pages of an intervention.
Well, what I can say is, as I expected, spontaneity didn't make it a point of order. Shall the Secretary of State?
Well, Mr. Speaker, as the first female Prime Minister said, if they're going after you personally, it means you're winning the argument. But let me help the honourable lady. Let me help the honourable lady with the second set of calculations, which her Chancellor has got so wrong. Because the Chancellor's cockeyed accounting doesn't stop there. It in fact extends to the claim that farmers will be able to transfer £3 million tax-free. This is wrong. Only a few, in a very specific set of circumstances, will be able to claim this magic figure. To the jeers opposite, it is not available to widows. It is not available to people who are single. It is not available to people who own the farm with another relative. And their magic £3 million figure assumes that the surviving spouse lives some sort of monastic existence where they have no personal effects to pass on to their loved ones. As farmers from Sussex have asked, why are widows' families being targeted? Yes. A family wrote to me about their mother, who is a widow. They have calculated that they face an additional £200,000 in Labour's tax bill because their father died before the budget and so did not know to transfer his allowance. Now, we know that there are some Labour members of Parliament who have concerns. The honourable member for South West Norfolk, who represents over 500 farms, I don't know whether he's here today, has asked for assurances on the accuracy of figures being used by the government. Given this demolition of the Chancellor's figures by the CAAV and many others, will he vote for the family farms in his constituency, or will he toe the party line? And the CAAV's concern about the figures being peddled by the government is shared by the IFS, CBI Economics and even the OBR. But it isn't just about the numbers. It is the emotional toll that this terrible tax that the members opposite need to understand. The worry, the distress, the sense of betrayal felt by families which should stop ambitious Labour MPs in their tracks today before they parrot without question the figures given to them by their ministers. I'll give way to the honourable lady. I hope she doesn't fall into the category I've just described, and then I'll give way.
I thank the honourable lady for giving way. She talks about the figures.
would she accept the record of her government is leaving £300 million of the farming budget unspent, left in the Treasury coffers, not helping farmers?
May I thank her sincerely for raising that point, because she has, perhaps unwittingly, identified a contradiction in DEFRA's own claims. They talk about £300 million underspend, and then last week they were cancelling the very capital grants that farmers around the country have been investing in, saying that they've run out of money. Well, it can't be both ways, but perhaps this is yet another example of the Chancellor's and DEFRA Secretary's cockeyed accounting. I give way.
I'm grateful to my right honourable friend. Does my right honourable friend agree with me that what is quite frightening about this policy is that maybe they do know exactly what they're doing, but a bit like Animal Farm, they think everything should be collectivised?
Yeah. Well, I mean, my honourable friend, my right honourable friend, in fact, has a wonderful way with words, and he is asking a question that actually many members of rural communities up and down the United Kingdom are asking themselves, as in fact the wonderful presenter on BBC Radio Lincolnshire, Sean Dunderdale, asked the Prime Minister when he came on to do regional media a couple of weeks ago, what has the Prime Minister got against the people of Lincolnshire? I might ask, what has this Labour government got against the countryside? I'll give way to my honourable friend and neighbour, and then I'll make...
I'm extremely grateful to my honourable friend for giving way, and as she has said, the word betrayal is fitting, because pledges were given both by the Secretary of State and by the Prime Minister long before the election that these changes would not be made. So this is a...
He's a very experienced member of this House, and he knows he's meant to address the chair, not the front bench. Come on, John.
Mr. Speaker, I know that you, being a man of integrity and honour, will be as disappointed as I am that the government should promise one thing and then do the exact opposite.
May I thank my right honourable friend and friend, who, as I have the great pleasure to have, not just as a friend, but also as my Lincolnshire neighbour. He has absolutely put his finger on the point, so much so it is genuinely the next paragraph in my speech. And I can help him with the phrasing that should haunt some Labour MPs, because I suspect that they repeated this phrasing when they were up and down the market towns and villages in their constituencies. In the general election campaign, the Secretary of State described fears that Labour would impose this family farm tax as desperate nonsense. Now, Labour candidates will have repeated that line and assured the farming families in their constituencies that Labour would never treat rural communities in that way. Yet we know, within weeks, the Chancellor was planning to do exactly that. And since then, families across the country have been trying to work out how they pick up the pieces after Labour's family farm tax bomb. They will not forget. Our hard work and investment as a family has been wiped away in the stroke of a pen. A farmer from Derbyshire emailed me this week. My 60-year-old husband had a bleed on the brain in June and thankfully has made a full recovery. But I've never seen him so stressed. He doesn't know what to do. The honourable members representing seats in Derbyshire may wish to reflect on how they will respond to that. I will make some progress. A farmer from Northumberland has written to me as follows. We had to talk about which one of my parents are going to die first in front of them. He says, his words, Labour is destroying people's lives with this policy. Many of us are worried about the mental state of many within agriculture and are concerned that it may be the final straw for some. Now, in fairness, I will in a moment, in fairness, the honourable member for Hexham, who's in his place, has voiced concerns about whether his government is listening to ordinary people about this. Will he vote for his farmers, or will he toe the party line? I will give way, and then...
I thank my right honourable friend for giving way. Mr Speaker, as a farmer's wife, I understand the emotional impact which my honourable friend is setting out so clearly. This is not just about the farmers who will be affected, but it is all the farmers who know they might be affected. This is a tax on tragedy, and no one knows who will befall it of them.
Well, may I thank my honourable friend and indeed Lincolnshire neighbour, and she sets out exactly the personal impact of this, which, you know, I know how it is as a Treasury Minister, what it is to look at the spreadsheets and the terribly impressive packs of information from civil servants. I also know that Chancellor after Chancellor, and I would just remind the members opposite that this is deeply serious. It's not a joke. It's not a joke. That the Chancellors after Chancellors have looked at these figures and have come again to the conclusion this is a political decision, and I'm afraid the current Chancellor in XST has got it wrong. I give way to the honourable gentleman, then I'm going to make some progress.
Thank you, Shadow Secretary of State, for giving way. And you make a really important point here about the health and well-being of our farmers. And given that, when she was the Health Secretary, waiting times for operations were almost 3 times higher than back in 2010. Does she not welcome the investment this government is putting into our NHS?
Don't worry, I'll deal with this. May I thank the honourable gentleman for raising the important issue of mental health in farming, but across the National Health Service. I was very proud, actually, to work with the government, both as a Member of Parliament, but also as Secretary of State for Health, in massively increasing the investment in mental health services. I'm sure, if he's a rural MP, will know how isolated farmers can be and the pressures on their emotions. At the best of times, they have the weather, they have diseases, they have crop cycles to contend with. Of course, this added pressure, merely, as we've already heard from some of the farmers that have contacted me, added to this. And I would also just gently remind him that the figure that this family farm tax, or tax on tragedy, as my honourable friend has called it so bleakly, raises 500 million in 26-27. That is equivalent, according to the King's Fund, to about a day's worth of services in the NHS in England. So it isn't going to be quite the game changer that some in his party believe it to be. And what about the family in the southwest whose beloved father died a decade ago in tragic circumstances, leaving 3 young children who are now in their teens? The mother has run the farm and brought up their children in the midst of their grief. She has now been diagnosed with a life-threatening illness at the age of 50. 2 of the children want to carry on the farm when they reach 18, but should the unthinkable happen and they lose their mum, then they will be saddled with Labour's family farm tax of £700,000. What empathetic and meaningful response does the Secretary of State, who isn't in his place today, where is he? What empathetic and meaningful response does he, or indeed the Treasury Minister, have for this family? They will be watching and they will be listening. Now, we've taken the unusual step, actually, of giving lots of notice to Labour MPs that we would be debating Labour's family farm tax today. We did this because we wanted to give Labour MPs and rural seats time to reflect and consider whether they can continue to support this vindictive tax. For example, a Welsh landowner contacted me to tell me that he will have to sell 6 tenanted farms in order to pay Labour's family farm tax. That is 6 farming families who we in this House, on this side of the House, would describe as working people, who will lose their businesses, their family homes and their children's farming future. 6 farming families who we now know have been forgotten by this government. So I wonder, the Honourable Member for Montgomeryshire has called on the Treasury to produce its modelling on the impact on family farms. Will the Treasury do that at the backbencher's request, and how will he vote today? And the Honourable Member for South East Cornwall met farmers earlier this month and claimed she would take their concerns back to Westminster. Will she be raising those today and voting against this tax? In conclusion, very much.
Grateful to my right honourable friend. I've consulted widely with farming communities and with farmers in my own parliamentary constituency, Herne Bay and Sandwich. I have not been able to identify a single farmer that feels that there is anything good in this policy whatsoever. Do my right honourable friends suggest whether or not there is a single Labour Member of Parliament representing a rural community who genuinely believes that they will be voting in their constituents' interests tonight?
I thank sincerely my right honourable friend, and he sets out very clearly the choice ahead of members across the House. We know on this side who we are standing up for. We know that we back our farmers. We understand how difficult farming is as a way of life. And it will be for individual members of Parliament, to decide how they vote. I'm going to give way to the honourable gentleman, and then I'll give way to my honourable friend.
I thank the right honourable lady for giving way. Talking about choices and backing farmers, the current leader of the opposition did a trade deal with Australia and New Zealand that sold farmers down the river. Is that the type of choices and her version of backing British farmers?
Selling them out.
I'm pretty sure the honourable gentleman's got his facts wrong on that in terms of the Trade Secretary. But in terms of trade deals, we on this side of the House, yes, we are in favour of trade deals, but of course we want trade deals that best support our farming industry. And he will know, for example, he will know before they start shouting at me, he will know that the fears and concerns outlaid with those trade deals, in fact, have not come to fruition. And what is more, we as Conservatives are proud of the fact that we would not enter trade deals which require the flooding of chlorinated chicken or hormone-treated beef on these shores. And I would just gently remind the honourable gentleman that talking about foreign territories, particularly in the context of the debate about the Chagos Islands, is a little bit brave of the backbencher. Anyway, here we go, my honourable friend.
Suggests we've not got much trade from the Chagos Islands. Simon Hall.
I'm grateful to my right honourable friend for giving way, and she is right to highlight the devastating effect of this policy, and also right to highlight the incredibly rounding up exercise on the Treasury account books of contribution that this will make to NHS expenditure. But does she not also find it rather inept politics, maybe not surprising from such a London-centric front bench, that for the first time since 1945, the governing party has a serious foothold in rural constituencies across the UK? This policy shows a willful ignorance of rural life, a deliberate attempt not to understand what the pressures are, and is in essence selling those rural Labour MPs down the river.
I thank my honourable friend for that, and indeed there's some interesting polling coming out today which I'm going to deal with. And of course, Mr Speaker, I very much accept your point about trade. I would, however, note that we are genuinely concerned about the national security implications of the Chagos Island deal, but we'll see.
Lady, so am I. Come on.
Very much so. In conclusion, therefore, Mr Speaker, I will give way. Go on. The honourable gentleman for Hexham. Is he going to...
I thank the honourable lady for giving way, and I commend her commitment to honesty. But when she talks about giving Labour members advance sight of the Opposition Day motion, could she tell me when the Labour Whip's office received the title of the Opposition Day debate? And could I perhaps invite her to correct the record?
Well, in fairness, I'm so sorry. The honourable gentleman was obviously speaking to farmers in his constituency on Sunday, and I think there's a debate. Did I hear there's a protest going on in his constituency at the moment? But I actually announced it on national television on Sunday, so perhaps he wasn't watching it. But in any event, in national television, I mean, farmers will. Do you know, farmers at home will be wondering what on earth they're arguing over. Anyway, in conclusion, before I will give way.
One word that she hasn't mentioned is Brexit, the great Tory disaster of the last Parliament. How much does she estimate Brexit cost farmers in the rural community?
If I may, because he and I unusually can join forces on this, because whilst I'm going to resist the temptation to revisit Brexit, what I will do is point to him paragraph 4 of the CAAV report mentions the peculiar legal impact of this decision to impose a family farm tax.
Order. Can I... Sorry, you're totally the wrong way and I can't pick it up here. Please, Victoria Atkins.
Forgive me, please. I'm reminded paragraph 4 of the CAAV report in fact sets out the peculiar legal problems posed by the family farm tax in the context of Scottish farming tenants. It's incredibly complicated, but that is a real concern, and I trust that the SNP will be exploring this alongside Conservative members of Parliament as well. So in conclusion, Mr Speaker, before ambitious backbenchers, or indeed the Exchequer Secretary, get to their feet and accuse these farmers and us of scaremongering, something they have been happy to do in the past, think on, discover some humility and compassion, and ask why tens of thousands of decent, hard-working and sensible people across the United Kingdom know that the Chancellor has got it so wrong. Polling by the CLA today shows what the public thinks. They don't think farmers should be whacked with the family farm tax. They think that Labour have broken their promise to end countryside decline. They think the government should be cutting taxes on rural businesses, and 70% are not confident that the Labour government can deliver growth to rural communities. So I say to every honourable member opposite, do the right thing. Stand up for our farmers, who are the best in the world and whose produce is renowned globally. They feed us, and now they need us. Labour MPs need to join us and axe the family farm tax.
The question is, as on the order paper, I call James Murray to move the amendment. Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and I welcome the chance to open this debate on behalf of the Government, and I beg to move the amendment in the name of the Prime Minister. Mr Speaker, the Government's commitment to farmers is steadfast. As our amendment makes clear, farmers make an immense contribution to the UK economy and the nation's food security. We recognise and respect the crucial contribution that farmers make to our country's way of life. We must also recognise, Mr Speaker, that this government has come to power at a time when the state of our public services and the mess in which we found the public finances means there was no way we could have left things as they were. Unlike the party opposite, there was never any question of us ignoring the £22 billion black hole we uncovered in the public finances. We had to bring the previous administration's fiscal irresponsibility to an end. We had to make sure our country now lives within its means, and we had to get public services back on their feet whilst meeting our tough new fiscal rules that end borrowing for day-to-day spending. That is what we, as a responsible government, had to do. That is why, Mr Speaker, at the autumn budget, the Chancellor set out a number of difficult but necessary decisions on tax, welfare and spending. These decisions were to restore economic stability, fix the public finances and rebuild our public services. And one of those decisions we took was to reform agricultural and business property relief. We chose to reform these measures in a way that maintains significant tax relief for family farms whilst fixing the public finances in as fair a way as possible. I will give way.
I'm very grateful to the Honourable McVey, Mr Speaker. The Honourable Gentleman wants to explain this. The Government have argued that only 27% of farms will be affected by this. The NFU say it's 75%. Would he at least give us an indication of this backdrop, perhaps supported by a note in the Library of the House, showing the modelling that contradicts the NFU's figures?
I thank the honourable gentleman for his question, and in fact I might point him toward the letter the Chancellor recently sent to the Treasury Select Committee, which sets out some of these figures in detail. I think some of the confusion that maybe he and other honourable members have encountered comes from the fact that there are different sets of data they're referring to. The set of data he may be referring to relates to the total value of farms across the country. Whereas if we are thinking about the inheritance tax claims, it is right to look at HMRC claims data on inheritance tax, because looking simply at the value of a farm does not tell you what the inheritance tax liability for that farm may be, given that you have to look, for instance, at the ownership structure, who owns what, any liabilities, and so on. So that may be where some of his confusion is coming from. I'll give way.
I'm grateful to the Minister for giving way, but at Treasury Questions yesterday, I raised with him the case of Upper Peppersill Farm in Long Crendon, a small 380-acre arable farm in my constituency that the Shadow Secretary of State and Leader of the Opposition visited a few weeks ago. They've calculated that if they borrow the money to pay this new tax, it will take them 40 years to pay it back. So will the Minister give a message of what he says to the Seed family in Long Crendon about that tax bill they face?
Mr. Speaker, it's not appropriate for me as a Minister to give specific tax advice to one family, but I will talk about the general principles that we're approaching in our reform. And I was about to begin setting out some of the detail about our policy.
Right. On the general principle, is the Minister seriously saying that all the tax advisors advising all the farmers across the country and all the land valuers who are qualified in a way that the Minister is not are wrong and that he is right?
Mr. Speaker, what I'm explaining is how the data for claims through HMRC, which shows the claims made under agricultural property relief and business property relief, is the correct set of data to work out future liabilities on that basis. That is what the projections that we've put out are based on. That is in the Chancellor's letter to the Treasury Select Committee that I mentioned, and I would urge him and his colleagues to review that letter to understand the data which I'm talking about in more detail. I would like to make a bit of progress to explain some of the detail behind our policy, which may answer some of the questions which I see honourable members are jumping to their feet to question. Because, Mr. Speaker, we know that inheritance tax is always an emotive issue, and understandably so. It is a natural desire that people have to want to pass on their assets to the people they love when they pass away. Now, looking at the history of inheritance tax, we know that the standard single rate of inheritance tax has been 40% since 1988, and assets have generally long been entitled to nil rate bans, reliefs and exemptions. A form of relief for agricultural property was introduced on estate duty in Finance Act 1948, meaning that this duty was then charged at 55% of the rate that would normally have applied. A new agricultural property relief and a business property relief were created in the mid-1970s with the introduction of the capital transfer tax. The rate of relief increased over time to a maximum of 50% relief, and that maximum rate was then increased to 100% in 1992. This means, Mr. Speaker, that agricultural landowners and farmers did not receive 100% relief for almost all of the 20th century, and yet farms passed down between the generations. Now, we recognise that agricultural and business property... I'll give way.
Minister for giving way. That was why the law was changed to introduce 100% relief, because family farms weren't getting passed down because the value of land was increasing. Can he consider that before he thinks about the changes that he's bringing in?
Well, Mr. Speaker, to address the honourable gentleman's point, we recognise that agricultural and business property relief play an important role in supporting family farms, but the full unlimited exemption from inheritance tax has simply become unsustainable, and the 4 most recent years' worth of data make clear why. This data shows that a very small number of agricultural property relief claimants, including those who claimed business property relief too, benefited from a very significant amount of relief. In total, 47% of the Exchequer cost of the relief went to the top 7% of claims. Just to be clear what this means, to put it another way, for every 14 or so estates, the top 1 amongst them claimed half the total relief. I'll give way.
Mr. Speaker, what concerns me most is there hasn't been an impact assessment, but if the major driver for the government, whether we accept it or not, was to raise some money from this source, why weren't other more effective mechanisms used, such as business rollover relief, where a business could be sold in another context, rolled over into buying land and deferring capital gains tax? If that mechanism had been used, then money would have been taken from much wealthier people who weren't actually producing food in the first place. And now we're capturing a massive proportion of small family farms completely unnecessarily because due consideration of better alternatives was not considered by the Minister.
Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I can reassure the honourable gentleman, who personally I have a lot of respect for, that we carefully considered how to calibrate this policy to ensure that there is significant relief from inheritance tax still available to family farms, whilst at the same time fixing the public finances in as fair a possible way. And Mr. Speaker, I will give way.
I'm very grateful to the Minister for giving way. He's just referred to his analysis of 4 years of data, which led him and the government to this position. That is an incredible thing to ask the House to believe, because just a few months ago, his right honourable friends, the now Prime Minister and Secretary of State, were specifically ruling out these policies to audiences of farmers and to landowners. So if the data of 4 years standing told him that this was the right policy, why were those now ministers economical with the actuality when they spoke to the farmers themselves?
Okay. Mr. Speaker, the data we didn't have before the general election was the £22 billion black hole that his party left in the public finances, and he knows that because it is acknowledged by the Office of Budget Responsibility that the full information was not shared with them. They have said their forecast would have been materially different had they known that was the case, and we have had to take a number of difficult decisions, but I'm going to make some progress. Yes, I will. Yes.
Just speaking of data, that reminds me. Over 12,000 farmers and agri-businesses have gone out of business since 2010. Could the Minister assure me what we're doing to improve profitability in British farming?
Minister.
Yeah, well, my honourable friend is absolutely right to highlight the decimation of businesses by the Conservatives' time in office. And what we know that businesses across the economy need is stability, is public finances on a firm footing, and investment in our public services. That is what businesses across the country need to invest and grow for the future. But, Mr. Speaker, I will give her one more time, then I'll make some progress.
I'm very grateful to the honourable gentleman for giving way. He's a Treasury Minister. Can I suggest that some of the disparity between the Treasury figures and other reputable bodies representing agricultural interests is because of land values? Average values in the Cotswolds are now, for ordinary land, £15,000 an acre. So will he accede to my right honourable friend for Salisbury, who was a former Chief Secretary of the Treasury, and publish an up-to-date impact assessment of how many farms this tax will affect?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, a lot of data has already been published through, as I mentioned, the Chancellor's letter to the Treasury Select Committee, and further details on the impact will be published alongside the draft legislation in the normal way. So I suggest maybe he reads the letter to the Treasury Select Committee, and as he and his honourable friend behind him will know, the impacts are typically published at the time of draft legislation, which is the normal process, which was indeed the norm under the previous government. I'm going to make some I'll take one more intervention and I'll make some progress.
I'm grateful to the Minister for giving way. Some of the correspondence that I've received on this issue talks about the fact that these measures inflate land value. Does the honourable member agree with that assessment? And what will these changes do to help farmers across the country in that respect?
No. Yes, but my honourable friend is absolutely right to highlight the fact that some of the features of the current inheritance tax relief from this system means that it is an attractive vehicle for tax planning to reduce inheritance tax liability. So people who have wealth who have never been farmers and are not intending to become farmers have been using this as a way to avoid inheritance tax. In fact, reducing that should take some of the pressure out of land values when it comes to agriculture, and I would hope help to make a more sustainable farming sector in the future. I'm going to make some progress. I've given way.
It's important to get the facts right and get the right number of farms in frame. And the Minister must know that the Central Association of Agricultural Valuers has put the estimate the government has made down by a factor of 5. There are 75,000 farms, according to impartial, independent review of this, that will be in frame for this tax, not the figure the Minister's relying upon.
Mr. Speaker, my response to the honourable gentleman is the same as I said to his honourable friend behind him, which is I believe he is looking at the data of the total value of farms rather than of inheritance tax claims. The two are different things. You could, for instance, have a farm which is worth £5 million, owned in equal shares by 5 individuals, and would have no inheritance tax liability because of the way that claims works. That is where some of this confusion, I think, comes from, and there is different data around the value of farms and around the value of inheritance tax claims. But for the purposes of the debate today, it is inheritance tax claims which are the right data to focus on. Now, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to make some... I'll give way.
I thank the Minister for giving way. On the point of facts, I was fascinated by the contribution at the end of the Shadow Minister's statement just then, around the issue of around the issue of whether, well, the honourable member was opining on whether Labour was sticking to its promise, quote, to end the decline in the countryside. I wonder who was in government for the last 14 years when the countryside was declining, when their government sold out British farmers through trade deals and 12,000 farming businesses went out of business. Does my honourable friend agree?
Sir.
I very much agree with my honourable friend, and he has pointed out a repeated pattern of the opposition is their total refusal to take any responsibility for the damage they caused over the last 14 years. They may wish it never happened, the British people disagree. Yeah. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm going to make some progress because I had just set out some of the statistics about why this tax relief has been very concentrated in a small number of claims. And so in that context, and in the context of the dire fiscal situation we inherited and the critical need to fix the public finances and get public services back on their feet, it cannot be right to maintain such a significant level of relief for a very small number of claimants. Now, that is why, from April the 6th, 2026, the full 100% relief from inheritance tax will be restricted to the first £1 million of combined agricultural and business property. Above this amount, there will be an unlimited 50% relief, so inheritance tax will be paid at a reduced effective rate of up to 20% rather than the standard 40%. The new system, it should be noted, remains more generous than in the past. As I mentioned, the rate of relief prior to 1992 was a maximum of 50% on all agricultural and business assets, including the first £1 million. The reliefs we are providing will be on top of all the other exemptions and nil rate bans that people can access for inheritance tax too. So taken in combination, this means that a couple with farmland will typically be able to pass on up to £3 million worth of assets to their descendants without paying any inheritance tax. I'm not going to give it. I'll give way to the Honourable Lady.
For giving way. The CAAV, the Central Association of Agriculture Valuers, have called that £3 million figure unrealistic and unreasonable. Does he not agree with them?
The £3 million figure is what a typical couple could expect to pass on to their direct descendants using the various nil rate bans and inheritance tax reliefs. I would advise any specific family to get advice from an accountant or a financial advisor, but in terms of the scale of reliefs, when you combine the inheritance tax relief through agricultural and business property relief, along with the nil rate bans, nil rate residence bans and the transferability between spouses, that is how we come to the figure of £3 million. I will give way.
For giving way. Given that he appears to be leading on this issue for the government rather than, such as say, for farming, can he tell me how many farmers he has personally met with over the last 3 months? Because he seems very confident about how this is going to impact on them. So the exact number, please, of how many farmers you have personally met over the last 3 months.
Figures are there.
How many farmers I have met? Minister. One. Minister.
A number of times with the NFU since the budget to discuss in detail representing the farming industry, and that has helped us to understand the impact this policy will have and ask for their support in communicating how this policy will work. Because, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm going to make some progress. Because, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm going to continue to explain how some of the other exemptions within the inheritance tax system will benefit people who are affected by this policy. I'll give way.
Can the Minister confirm that, of course, when we're talking about farms worth several £1 million, that, of course, any mortgageable value is not included for IHT, and may explain some of the discrepancy between some of the figures going around, where, of course, I believe that mortgages have not been taken into account?
Minister.
Well, my honourable friend makes a very important point, which is exactly why, looking at the pure asset value of farms, it does not tell you what their inheritance tax liability might be. As she rightly points out, any liabilities must be netted off against the value of any estate, and of course the ownership structure, the various nil rate bans, previous spousal transfers, gifting and so on would need to be considered. Now, I'm going to make some progress because, as my honourable friend has pointed out, there are a range of exemptions which need to be considered, because we know that full exemptions for transfers between spouses and civil partners continue to apply. Any transfers to individuals more than 7 years before death, as gifts will continue to fall fully outside the scope of inheritance tax, and taper relief will apply in certain circumstances within that time. Furthermore, any tax that is due in relation to these assets can be paid in instalments over 10 years, interest-free, payment terms that are more generous than any other part of the tax system. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, as I have mentioned several times during this debate, these decisions have been based on understandings that draw on data from both DEFRA and HMRC, and I see there has been some confusion, whether willing or not, on the other side about what the data shows.
They're always confused.
I'll give way.
Gentleman for giving way, and he makes an important point here. But the analysis looking at this is there's an average 350-acre arable farm owned by a couple. 99% of their profit over a 10-year period is going to go back towards paying that inheritance tax. That doesn't leave enough money to either invest or to actually live. And I just wonder how the honourable gentleman thinks they can deal with that.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm confident that in the way we have calibrated the policy, as I set out to the honourable gentleman over there, has been to balance the need to retain significant, generous provision of inheritance tax relief for family farms, whilst at the same time ensuring that we fix the public finances in as fair a possible way. I will give way one more time.
I'm extremely grateful that the honourable gentleman has been very generous. But I think given the point that has just been made by my right honourable friend, would he not consider, at the very least, looking at some dispensation for farmers above a certain age, given the lack of time they will have to plan for this intervention? Because the truth is that if somebody is near retirement age, the prospect of having 10 years of all their projected profits being eaten up by paying this tax will mean that the farm will not be able to go to the next generation. He must look at some mitigations to deal with that reality for so many farmers who are, of course, concentrated in that older age group.
Minister.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, we know that individual circumstances will vary, and any individual who's concerned about their specific tax liability should obviously consult an accountant or financial advisor, because we would not know, for instance, from a thumbnail sketch whether that person had any inherited nil rate bands, what their liabilities are, what decisions they had made around gifting, and so on. So there is a huge number of factors which will play into this, and it is right that individuals get specific advice rather than, you know, things which are said in this chamber may be creating undue anxiety when people should be looking into the detail of what I will give way.
I'm very grateful to the Minister, and he seems to be trying to suggest that not much farmland is going to have to be sold off as a result of this. But his colleague, the Minister for Food Security, did a response to an urgent question on the 4th of December. And when I asked him how food security was going to be preserved if farms had to be broken up and sold off possibly for development, he replied, and I quote, "Of course there are trade-offs. There are a range of pressures on our land in respect of housing, food, energy, and so many other things. That seems to be an acceptance that we will lose farming land and people will be building on it instead."
We want homes.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, that's not how I interpret that comment, but I make no apology for the fact that we want to support farmers alongside making our energy transition and building homes for people across the country. We need to make sure that we are achieving all of the goals that people in this country elected us to do, and I make no apology for that. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, I was about to talk more about data because that's been a point raised by several honourable members today, and as I've explained a few times now, the DEFRA data shows the asset value of farms in England. But as I've made clear, it is not possible to accurately infer a future inheritance tax liability from data on farm asset values. Any inheritance tax liabilities that farming assets may face would be affected by who the owners are, the nature of the ownership, how many owners there are, any borrowing they have, and how they plan their affairs. For example, a farmer... I will give way.
I'm most grateful to the Minister for giving way. The Minister talks about data, Madam Deputy Speaker. Will the Minister agree, given the massive discrepancy in the impact of this policy, that if the data shows in 12 months and 24 months that the government has got this catastrophically wrong, that you will actually revisit this policy and do a U-turn?
No. Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, when we approach policies in government, we thoroughly test them and consider the detail of their policies. We consider the data of that policy, and we make sure that any conclusions we draw are based on the correct set of data, which is part of the conversation that we are having today. And there is some, I don't know whether it's mischief or misunderstanding, but there is some focus on the total value of farms rather than on inheritance tax liabilities. It is inheritance tax liabilities which is the correct data to look at in evaluating the impact this policy may have. I'm going to make some progress, because as I said earlier, Madam Deputy Speaker, a farm worth £5 million but owned by 5 relatives in equal shares could have no inheritance tax liability. I will give way to the Liz Truss cheerleader on the backbenches.
I thank the Minister giving way. The CLA does point out that 46% of farms are owned by individuals, and the data produced in the letter does not take into account this, and it works more on couples getting the relief. Will the Minister look at this and take into account 46% of farms are owned by individuals?
Yeah.
Well, I see the honourable gentleman's grasp on economics is about as good as Liz Truss's was. But as I've said, Madam Deputy Speaker, the importance of the claims data is that the claims data is what tells you what the inheritance tax liability is going to be. There are many other sources of sets of data which I understand people are referring to, but if we are looking at the impact of a change to inheritance tax relief, it is claims data which tells you what that is likely to be. And that is why I'm going to make some progress. I've given way many times already. And that is why the HMRC data, which relates to estates making claims for agricultural and business property relief, is the correct way to understand inheritance tax liabilities. These HMRC claims data show that our reforms are expected to result in up to 520 estates claiming agricultural property relief, including those who also claim business property relief, paying some inheritance tax in 26-27. Now, to put that in context, this means that almost 3/4 of estates claiming agricultural property relief, including those that also claim business property relief, will not pay any more. I'm going to make some progress. Will not pay any more tax as a result of these measures. Now, as this change is introduced, we expect people to respond in a number of ways to reduce their inheritance tax liabilities, and the costings by the Office of Budget Responsibility assume that this will be the case. People may change ownership structures, plan for their succession differently, and make greater use of gifting provisions and insurance. And at the same time, I'll give way.
I thank the Minister for giving way. He's been very generous. He mentioned the claims of agricultural property relief and business property relief, but what of only business property relief? Have they been included in his figures?
Well, thank the honourable lady for her intervention. And as we know, any farmer who is renting out land or farming it themselves will typically have an estate that includes an element that is eligible for agricultural property relief. The figures I set out include those who claim for business property relief as well, and those are the figures set out in the Chancellor's letter to the Treasury Select Committee. But as I was saying, Madam Deputy Speaker, yes, I will.
I'd like to thank him for giving way. Despite attempts from the opposition benches to hijack this debate, I can honestly say, Madam Deputy Speaker, if they wanted to be the champion of our agricultural communities, they might have started around 14 years ago. The conversations that I have had with farmers in my constituency have been balanced and productive in their scope, with an understanding of why these provisions are brought in. Would he agree with me that, given the fact that in 2023 2/3 of the land bought in England was bought by non-farmers, is it right that this government is taking this opportunity to close what is essentially a tax loophole for non-farmers?
Well, I thank my honourable friend very much for her intervention, and it is telling that when she is making such an important, sensible point, the opposition don't want to hear it, and they try and shout it down, because, as she rightly points out, as a result of our changes to these reliefs, it will make it less attractive as a means of inheritance tax planning. And this means that land prices are likely to become more affordable for farmers thanks to a reduction in tax-motivated investment in agricultural land. I've given way already. I'm going to make some progress because, of course, Madam Deputy Speaker, these reforms should also be seen in the context of the significant existing support for the farming industry in the wider tax system. This includes the exemption from business rates for agricultural land and buildings, the ongoing entitlement for vehicles and machinery used in agriculture to use rebated diesel and biofuels, and the exemption from the plastic packaging tax for the plastic film used to produce silage bales. On top of this, farmers are able to add together their profits from farming for 2 to 5 years and be taxable on the average of those profits, building flexibility into their tax arrangements for difficult years and unexpected challenges. I will give way.
The Minister for giving way. Would he agree with me that in the government's haste to target tax avoiders like Jeremy Clarkson and others, as has already been mentioned across the chamber, that you've actually caught a lot of small and medium-sized farmers in your sights in a completely irresponsible way?
Well, I'd like to say to the honourable gentleman that although our policy should discourage the kind of tax planning that I think he was referring to in his question, it is a broader policy than that, which is necessary to balance significant relief from inheritance tax of family farms with the need to fix the public finances. And that is the balanced decision that we have taken in this policy. And of course, the decision around this tax policy, Madam Deputy Speaker, sits alongside the government's wider decisions at Budget 2024, which sees £5 billion over 2 years for farming and land management in England, which will help restore stability and confidence in the sector. This includes the largest ever budget directed at sustainable food production and nature's recovery in our country's history. And despite the difficult fiscal inheritance, £60 million of funding has also been prioritised for the Farm Recovery Fund to support farmers with the impact of severe wet weather over the last year. I'll give way.
For giving way. He rightly mentions the need for more sustainable land management, but isn't it the case that these changes to APR are actually going to undermine the sustainable land management initiatives that farmers in mid-Sussex are trying to deliver every day?
No, that's not the case. And my honourable friend who will be responding at the end of this debate can set out more about what the government is doing to support farmers in their work for land management across the country. I'll give way to my honourable friend who tried to intervene.
Thank you, and thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I backed British farming ahead of the general election, and I back the farmers in my Shipley constituency, and I'm proud to sit on these benches where a Labour government is backing British farmers with an investment of £5 billion in the recent budget. So will my honourable friend, my right honourable friend, agree with me that it's absolutely essential that we make sure that that money gets into the pockets of our farmers, unlike the delays that my farmers have had to complain about from when the party opposite were in power?
Well, my honourable friend is absolutely right excuse me, to draw attention to the mismanagement under the previous government and how important it is that through the commitments we made at budget around the farming budget over the next 2 years, we support farmers across the country as evidence of our steadfast support. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, I recognise that the reforms we are making to agricultural and business property relief will have an impact on some individuals. I recognise that some of the larger estates, particularly those over £3 million, may be affected by these changes. But the reforms to these reliefs will maintain very significant levels of relief from inheritance tax. At a total Exchequer cost of over £1 billion in the year, the reforms take effect before rising further, and they offer support for family farms and businesses across the country. We could not justify leaving the situation unchanged, with a full, unlimited tax relief benefiting a very small number of estates by a very significant amount.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. Would he agree with me that, perhaps unsurprisingly, given the name of their political party, the honourable members opposite are seeking to preserve the status quo, which includes the 7% of the wealthiest claimants accounting for 40% of the overall APR budget? Would my honourable friend agree with me that they need to set out how to make this situation fairer and a better deal for our agricultural sector?
Minister.
Yeah, well, my honourable friend is absolutely right to point out that the party opposite has no ideas about how the country needs to change, has no ideas about how to get the public finances back in order, has no ideas about how to get public services back on their feet or how to deliver economic stability. I'll give way.
Giving Way. Farmers in my constituency tell me how much they are struggling to see a GP, to get public transport. The buses just aren't there. The rural economy has been ruined by 14 years of the party opposite in government. Can the Minister reassure us that the necessary actions that we are taking in this budget will get our public services working for our farming and rural communities again?
Order. Interventions should relate to the debate in hand. Minister.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, I won't try your patience, but I feel it relates to the debate in hand, as this was a tough decision we had to take in regards to a taxation policy in order to fund our public services. And those public services are, of course, enjoyed by people across the country, including farmers and those in rural communities. And as I was saying, I'm going to make this clear. As I was saying, Madam Deputy Speaker, we could not justify leaving the situation unchanged with a full unlimited tax relief benefiting a very small number of estates by a very significant amount, when there is such an urgent need to repair the public finances, to improve the hospitals, schools and roads that people across the country, including in rural communities, depend on. Our approach... Oh, give way.
And I thank my honourable friend. There's lots of talk from the opposite benches who are getting very excited by this debate about farms, but also we have to remember that farms rely on farm workers as well. In the name of accuracy, could my honourable friend put on record for us a reminder of which parties opposite, including the Lib Dems, voted for the abolition of the Agricultural Wages Board in the last government and actually drove down rural wages, and that we should be talking about farm workers. Isn't it true the only thing the opposite benches want to talk about when they mean exemptions is exemption of their own record being under scrutiny?
Well, my honourable friend makes a powerful point about the record of the parties opposite, and of course in our budget we made sure to protect the payslips of working people through no increase in income tax, employees' national insurance or VAT. And Madam Deputy Speaker, our approach to reform strikes the right balance between providing significant tax relief for family farms and fixing the public finances in a fair way. And as such, I commend the Government's amendment to the motion before us today.
The original question was, as on the order paper, since when an amendment has been proposed, as on the order paper, the question is that the original words stand part of the question. Now the debate will continue, and I call the Liberal Democrat spokesperson, Tim Farron.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's my utter privilege to speak on behalf of my party, on behalf of our farmers, and on behalf of 1,500 farmers in Westmorland and Lonsdale. I represent people all the way from the Yorkshire Dales and the North Pennines, right the way through the Lake District and to the Cartmel Peninsula. And we're not just proud of our farmers because they feed us and because they care for our environment, but because they are the stewards of our heritage. The Lake District is a World Heritage Site, and when UNESCO awarded us World Heritage Site status, they did so giving as much credit to the farmers as they did to the glaciers that had formed for the formation of the landscapes which we live amongst, which drives a tourism economy with more than 20 million visitors a year. So we seriously value our farmers, and our farmers need to hear that, because the tone of debate, not just today but over the last few months, has been that politicians do not value farmers. But words are cheap. Words are, that's early on, but go for it. Yeah, go on.
Grateful to the right honourable gentleman for giving way, and I have no doubt of his personal commitment on this. But doesn't his party have a credibility problem that, for all the rhetoric in this chamber and outside, when they actually get their hands on power in local governments such as in Oxfordshire, they brutally attack their farmers by banning all meat and dairy?
Well, I mean, this is nonsense. Wherever Liberal Democrats are in control, we back and support our farmers and are proud to do so. But talk is cheap, and most people in this House will sometimes utter the phrase, and they're right to utter it, that British farmers are the best in the world, without actually understanding why. It's true, they are. They really are. British farmers are the best in the world, and there's a reason why, and that is because the way in which our farming economy is structured is that it's based upon the family farm. And the family farm makes a difference because you have close husbandry, because you have higher environmental standards, higher welfare welfare standards, better quality produce. It is not an accident that British farming is the best in the world. I will give way.
Very grateful to the Honourable Gentleman for giving way. Does he think that the difficulty of the Labour Party have got in all this is they just don't understand farmers, and they don't fit neatly into this clumsy definition of what a working person is? These are people who work 12 hours per day outside the toughest environment, who work into their old age, but they do not get into the Labour club.
There is something in that, and I'll come to that in a moment, about poverty in our countryside, and it just doesn't look the way that people often in urban communities think it ought to look. There is no doubt, though, that family farms are under attack, but this did not start on the 4th of July, and I want to just go through why we ended up the way we are now. The botched transition from the old farm payment scheme to the new one is the principal source of hardship amongst our farmers. Let's just start with the very fact that there was, as we mentioned already, a £350 million underspend of the Elms budget under the last government, and it wasn't an accident. It was blindingly obvious that this was going to happen. I'll quote you one hill farmer I spoke to just last month who told me that he will lose, as a consequence of the transition, £40,000 a year in basic payment. He will gain, to replace it, 14,000 in SFI to replace it. By the way, it cost him 6,000 to get in the first place, to go through a land agent. Let me make a little bit of progress. Well, no, go on. I will let him. I'll let him, and then we'll. Yeah.
Profoundly important point, and not for the first time he's speaking as a Liberal Democrat, but also in a way that belies the fact that he's a Liberal Democrat, because he is genuinely committed to the countryside. Now, the Honourable Gentleman has made a point about family farms. The important thing about family farms is not only the arguments that he's already advanced, but also the sense that they represent a continuum, an investment for the future. The reason this policy is so detrimental is because, of course, it impacts on that sense that farmers are investing now for generations to come.
And I'm going to get there, but he will have to tolerate me pinning accurately blame on his side before I get over there. So let's just ask ourselves this question. We were told by the last government at the beginning that they would maintain the proportion of the amount of funding that we used to spend when we were in the European Union. In England, that was £2.4 billion. In one sense, and one sense only, they kind of kept that promise, because it was £2.4 billion throughout that 5 years. Brackets, they didn't spend it. They didn't spend it because they phased out the old scheme very rapidly, very quickly, a great hardship, particularly to small family farms, but they brought in the new schemes far too slowly and made it very difficult for people to get into it. And by the way, the people who weren't able to get into the new schemes are the big farmers. They were the ones, the landowners, people who had the land agents to enable them. I'll not give way for the moment. The land agents to help them to get into the schemes. The large landowners, the big estates, they managed to get into those schemes. They're all right, broadly speaking. The smaller family farms, farmers who own their own farms and tenants, are the ones who have struggled. It's also worth bearing in mind there's been a little bit of inflation since 2019. The cost of running a farm, when it comes to feed, when it comes to energy, when it comes to fuel, all sorts of input costs have gone through the roof. So the fact that we're just at 2.4 billion now, as we were 5 and a bit years ago, is absolutely nonsense. It's important also to recognise that the grants that were available under the last government and now so often are only available in reality to those who've got the cash flow to be able to get them in the first place. I will give way. Yeah.
Madam Speaker, I thank my honourable friend for giving way. If land prices were to go down, as has been described by the Minister, which I'm not sure I do believe, but if they were, and you were heavily borrowed from the bank might look at the value of your asset and could possibly call in the loan, which would put farmers out of business right away.
I've heard that from land agents in my own constituency, and my honourable friend makes a really interesting point. We obviously don't know what will happen unless and until it happens, but one potential is that is exactly what does happen, in which case there's no money to invest in businesses, and people will end up not being able to pay back their loans, and also the government won't make anything like the amount of money that it thinks it's going to. So whatever the outcome, it is bad news for farmers, and actually also for the Exchequer. It's also just worth bearing in mind that where that money that the last government spent has gone, and it has gone on landscape recovery and other schemes, mostly taken up by very, very, very large estates, where either smaller farmers have got nothing or tenant farmers have had to do just exactly what they are told. And we have seen something in my part of the world of a Lakeland clearances over the last 3 or 4 years as a result of all this. So let us not forget that pre the 4th of July, the farming economy was under enormous threat and enormous danger because of either accident or design, but the failure of the previous government, and they need to take that on the chin. I will give way.
Thank you. I thank the honourable gentleman for giving way. He mentions about tenant farmers, and I know that he'll have some, like I do, in my constituency of Shipley. I think nationwide, a third of all farmland is managed by tenant farmers. Last month, the department announced the appointment of a new commissioner for the tenant farming sector in England, which I hope that my right honourable friend will welcome. Can he also agree with me that the last government will continue to be much more operating in interest of large landowners rather than tenant farmers?
So I think that, she makes a very good reference to the outcome of the Rock Review, which took place under the last government. The last government took too long to put those things into practice. I am pleased that this government has said that they will implement the recommendations of the Rock Review. Baroness Rock, by the way, deserves enormous thanks and praise from all of us for her work defending tenant farmers. But it's also and that she's not been replaced is very regrettable. My concern is, because of what we are talking about today, the farming and the inheritance tax issue and the consequences of that, it would have made so much more sense, given the impact on tenants, if the Commissioner and their framework was in place before this policy was brought into practice. It feels like putting it the wrong way around. Now, I'm going to seek to crack on and not take any more interventions now, because I've already taken up, with help from friends on either side, 9 minutes of this place's time. But just a final run-through, just some of the consequences of the terrible failure of the Conservative government when it came to farming in the last 5 years. In the last 5 years alone, Madam Deputy Speaker, livestock farm incomes have dropped by 41% in 5 years. In 5 years, year on year, a drop in sheep numbers of over 4%. 6% annual drop in the number of dairy farms. We lost 440 dairy farms last year alone. So that's where we are, and that's before we get into trade deals, the attack on rural services, healthcare, dentistry, and I am going to very quickly make a reference to Brexit, because without a doubt, the impact of us leaving the European Union and having the terrible deal that they signed up to us to has had the biggest of all impacts on agriculture. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, you'd think the new Labour government had a massive open goal in front of them, given what they inherited from the other side. Massive open goal, no goalkeeper between the posts, and somehow the ball ended up in Rosette. I find it almost impossible to countenance how they've managed to fluff that opportunity. The family farm tax, I want to just talk about two people who gave me really useful insight in the last couple of days, both in my constituency. Both of them gave me 4 separate case studies. The first was a land advisor who talked to me about, again, 4 farms. Their story was about shrinking business as a result of the family farm tax, about the ability, and indeed the reduction in the value of land potentially, which means that they wouldn't be able to invest in their businesses, and secondly, there wouldn't be the tax yield that the government is banking on. And then another who was a local accountant who gave me 4 anonymised case studies of local family farms in my communities. And of those family farms, only one of them was earning above the minimum wage. 3 of them significantly below the minimum wage. In those 4 particular cases, 2 would have to sell off parts of the farm to pay the inheritance tax, and 2 would have to sell the entire farm altogether. And the next question is, who will those farms be sold to? We heard from a member opposite a moment or two ago about the proportion of farmland being sold into private hands, into private equity and so on. Well, it'll go into those hands even more, as if the neighbouring farm is going to buy that land off them when they're in the same predicament themselves. So what we're seeing is hard-working farmers on less than the minimum wage having to sell off their land to private equity. Is that a very Labour thing to do? By the honourable member behind talks about Labour not getting the working class in the countryside. Perfect example. It's not too late for them to learn. And I would just say that Yes, happy to give way.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. It seems clear that just like the winter fuel allowance changes, the government have missed their target here, and as my honourable friend rightly says, it seems obvious large landowners will have the ways and means to avoid this tax. Does my honourable friend agree with me that there should be some form of working farm test?
I mean, those are the things that the government should have been thinking about. We heard from the Minister that lots of planning and diligence had gone into this before it came out of the Chancellor's mouth on Budget Day. It doesn't feel like it, because there's a whole range of issues like that that could have been considered in advance. I want to just move on from the inheritance tax issue to another matter, which I think will do more immediate harm to farming even than the inheritance tax changes, and that's the government's decision to summarily reduce basic payments by 76% in one single year. This will have a direct impact, in particular, on tenant farmers who are relying upon that money, who will end up missing their rental payments. We will see evictions as a consequence of it. It's also worth bearing in mind that the government's trumpeted $5 billion over 2 years. My basic maths tells me that's $2.5 billion a year. The $2.5 billion a year, I'm careful or nervous about making confident predictions anywhere, particularly in this place, but my confident prediction is they won't spend that budget. If you cut basic payment by 76% and you haven't got the new schemes up and running to replace them ready yet, you're not going to spend that amount of money, and this government will end up in the same mess the last one did by underspending. Yeah.
Huge respect for the gentleman opposite, who's also my neighbouring MP, but I do have a question. There was a suggestion from his backbench a moment ago for a working farm tax, and it wasn't clear to me whether he accepted or rejected that suggestion. And also, we've heard Liberal Democrats from those benches in recent weeks talking about land taxes and wealth taxes as alternatives to raise the revenue to fund the many spending commitments that his party has made. I just wonder if he would clarify the point on those.
My honourable friend, so I thank my honourable neighbour for his point, and to clarify my response to my honourable friend from North Cornwall, could the government have looked at a working farm qualification exemption so those people would never have to pay this, and that you would potentially look, who knows, at allowing those people who are not active farmers for them to be under the HMRC microscope instead, and that would be something which would be far preferable to what we have got. Let's just look at the issue about grant payments, which I think is really significant. We've talked about, I absolutely am of the view then that with the cut in basic payments and the failure of the government to be on message and as quick as they should be when it comes to the new payments, we're going to see an underspend from this government as well as we did for the last one. I'm pretty confident of that. But we've seen in recent days the government's decisions to pause capital grant payments, which is going to be a huge blow to our farmers. The kind of areas that will end up being cut or paused are issues to do with hedging, walling, fencing, countryside stewardship grants to allow nature-friendly farming, work to prevent pollution of waterways, slurry storage, covered yards to clean up our rivers, peatland restoration, storing carbon and being the cornerstones of natural flood management. Matthew, one of my constituents who farms in the Eden Valley, explained yesterday that he had just finished installing 10,000 metres of fencing for a nature-friendly farming project. The pause in the grant funding means that he will not be able to buy any hedge plants to finish the work, nor will he get the mid-tier countryside stewardship annual payment. He says some say it could be paused until June. This is a business-breaking issue. On top of that, just very briefly, the higher level schemes payment have not increased since I entered this house in 2005. £40 per hectare for moorland restoration in 2005, £40 per hectare today. It's a brutal attack on hill farmers and those who farm in our common land. Again, some of the SFI options on common land are good, and to be rewarded for doing more for nature is a good thing, but currently the SFI moorland options are closed to all common land because of technical issues online. So we can see those consequences very, very clearly. Look, amongst all this, farmers are struggling, often with their mental health. The isolation you feel when you are farming and you have farmed a valley, let's say, for generations, and your family have, and you might be the one who ends up losing the family farm is utterly, utterly devastating. And farmers do, though, just crack on with doing the job, and so our job is to be their voice. Farming is a glorious vocation. The work farmers do to protect our towns and villages from flooding, to promote biodiversity, to back the tourism economy, to tackle climate change, to be the underpinning of landscape heritage, to produce our food. And that, Madam Deputy Speaker, is the real fundamental failure of the last government and of this one. They have brought together agricultural policies that actively disincentivise the production of food. That is criminal and it is foolish. And that is the first thing Liberal Democrats will put right. A food strategy, additional £1 billion a year for ELMS to back our family farmers. It is time we listen to farmers, and it's like time we listen, and I promise I am finishing now, to listen to farmers such as Liz and Matthew Staley from near Kirby Steve and their sons, Luke and Lewis. I talk to Liz just regularly, and she says there is so much anguish out there for farmers. On the new schemes, she says, they aren't working and there isn't the crossover yet. They're just making it harder to make a living. I want to encourage people on all sides, especially in government, to listen to Liz. It is farmers' vocation to save our planet and to feed our country. The least we can do is to give them the value and the future that they deserve.
This is already an oversubscribed debate, but to point out a simple fact, if you were not here for the opening speech from the Shadow Minister, you will not be called. That is basic etiquette. I call Mayor Ellis.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I represent Ribble Valley in Lancashire, one of the most beautiful constituencies in the country and one of the most rural in terms of the number of farms on my patch. There are 820 farms on my patch, including 121 dairy farms, who I single out as probably the most passionate and dedicated of farmers that I've encountered. Madam Deputy Speaker, the problem with this motion is that it ignores the wider context of what is happening in our rural economies. Let me talk briefly about how remarkable those rural communities are. Not only are our farmers vital to our food security, but they're often there to do the intangible work that you don't see on a local authority balance sheet, gritting and clearing those smaller roads in winter that councils can't get to, maintaining all those beautiful countryside walking routes that we all get to enjoy for much needed rest. There are endless examples of how farmers are the best examples of the community spirit that we are rightly so very proud of in this country. Let me share a quick story about a farm in my constituency called Butler's Cheese. Butler's produce the famous Blacksteaks blue trees, and I believe are the second largest producer of cheese in the UK. Last year they suffered a devastating fire which completely destroyed their packing and logistics hub. But what's really remarkable about this company is that they rebuilt a whole building in a few weeks, using all the networks of their suppliers around them to help them do that. And that was based on the faith and goodwill that these farming communities engender. They were able to retain the 95 staff that they had, as well as jobs in 20 to 30 local suppliers. Those are the farms that we are supporting and that we need to make sure our strategies work for in the long term. Butlers are a fourth generation farm that would not be back on its feet today without the relationships and trust that are so embedded in our rural communities. So here's what I'm excited for in terms of what Westminster can and is doing for farmers. We can provide clarity on the mission. One of the best things about this new Labour government is our focus on overall missions for this country, to be able to be clear to farmers and farming communities exactly what the Labour government plans to achieve over this decade of national renewal, with a clear ask to farmers of how they can contribute to that mission and how they can benefit. That level of clarity is what I heard time and time again in campaigning in terms of what farmers hadn't had for years under the party opposite and what they desperately need going forward. I'll give one.
And I fully recognise how much she wants to serve her new constituents there, and I hope she's right. Does she recognise, though, how difficult it's going to be for farmers in her constituency, like in mine in East Wiltshire, to pay this inheritance tax? The fact is that land values are very high. The capital value, the abstract value, can be in the tens of thousands, but the actual income that an acre of land generates can be in the hundreds. So there's an enormous disjunct between the value of the land in the abstract, as far as HMRC are recognised, and the actual money that that farm will generate. How does she think that the farmers in her constituency are actually going to pay this inheritance tax?
I welcome my honourable friend's intervention, and as I'll come on to, I think what I would like to talk about today is about the opportunity for increasing that prosperity of farmers, because that should be our mission in what we're doing. So the second thing that I think we really, the opportunity for farmers here is around procurement and trade, using the government's own purchasing power to back British produce so that 50% of food brought into hospitals, army bases and prisons is locally produced. We can protect farmers from being undercut by low welfare and low standards in trade deals, and we're looking to seek a new veterinary agreement with the EU to get our exports moving. And lastly, I just want to touch on devolution and its ability to empower local understanding. Anyone who lives in a rural community knows that part of their strength is a deep generational knowledge and a knowledge of the land and local area. Nowhere is that more evident than in generational farming. Indeed, it is this knowledge passed down through generations and trained into children from the time they can walk that ensures some of the efficiencies that keep our farms going. I'm a huge advocate for devolution, and especially somewhere like Lancashire, where Ribble Valley is located, which includes vast rural areas, because it brings democracy and understanding closer to communities. That is a huge thing that this government are progressing at pace to do right by rural communities. I'm so grateful to all the farmers who've been having open conversations with me about how past and future policy could affect them. I think for any new government, it takes some time to unpick how relationships have worked in the past and how you might want to change them. I came to Westminster as someone passionate about local leadership and devolution, and I think there is much this government can do to help farmers by taking decisions. Yes, that's a good way.
Remember for giving way, and she's making a very eloquent speech about farming and the importance that farmers are to our community. There'd be no farmers to actually do the roles that she's indicating, gritting the roads and cutting our hedges and feeding the nation that we live in. She makes the point about devolution. Would she actually agree that Deirdre from my own from Northern Ireland has said that 1/3 of farmers will be impacted by this agricultural property tax. 75% of our dairy farmers will be the hardest hit. It's not working. Stop the family farm tax grab.
Thank my honourable friend for her intervention, and if she'll allow me, I'll come on to in a minute how I think we can help those farmers who will be affected by this in some ways. Just to finish the point about devolution, as an MP in an area that, with huge extents of rural economy, it's critical to me that devolution reflects our rural areas as much as our metropolitan ones, and I look forward to seeing how the upcoming devolution white paper addresses that challenge. I also think the town and parish councils that really understand our rural communities can play a bigger role in the local democracy.
An interesting speech, if I might say so, and I'm grateful for it. She's absolutely right. We should import less food. She's absolutely right. We should use government procurement to help with that. And she's absolutely right about the intergenerational quality of family farms. Will she acknowledge that in delivering the kind of food security that her speech implies, we cannot have farmland, the most productive farmland, eaten up by large-scale solar developments and housing? We need to protect our grade 1, 2 and 3 land for the very reason she gave, that allows us to deliver the food security that she and I both want.
I welcome the honourable friend for his intervention, and I think, as has been pointed out by the Minister, we have faith that many farms won't be affected by this, and it won't have as perverse an impact as the opposite side is leading people to believe. I'd just like to talk about the opportunity that we have here in terms of supporting our farmers. So, as I touched on before, to respond back to the intervention earlier, I have farms in my community who I've sat down with and I have worked through the issues. They're taking their own tax advice, but just an example, we do have a farm that we think is worth around 3.6 million, so they will be liable for around £12,000 a year over the 10 years. But for me, the argument back to that situation is that if we increase that, if that's 12k an extra year, if we can increase that farmer's profits by 20k a year, by reducing energy prices, by increasing British supply procurement so that 50% of public sector food comes from these farms, and by better health service ensuring that all members of that family can be strong and well to work, that's the opportunity here. Yes, we need to make our tax structures work better. That's fixing the foundations. But the real aim and prize here is increasing the opportunity for farmers so that they have the stability and investment and real sense of purpose and mission that allows them not just to survive, but to thrive. I spoke earlier about the strength and efficiencies that lie in family farming. I want to be clear, though, that from everything I've seen so far and heard from farmers, is that while valuing embedded ways of working and learning are important, there is also much appetite for innovation and doing things better from our farmers. Indeed, just look at the way farms have led the way. I won't for a moment, that's all right. Have led the way in restoring biodiversity and diversifying into all sorts of new business ventures. This is not an industry scared of change and opportunity, but the fact remains that so much of this industry relies on and is driven by what government determines is important through subsidies and trade agreements. We must and will do better than the last 14 years of uncertainty around what government wants from farmers. I believe our farms are one of the many lifebloods of this country, along with nurses, teachers and, yes, train drivers too. And I know that farmers in my constituency of Ribble Valley are ready to do their bit to tackle the dire situation we find this country in. I don't know a group more ready to pull up their sleeves and muck in than this lot. And we, as a government, are meeting that energy and will with a similar level of ambition, vision and commitment for how these pillars of our community can work with us to achieve what we all strive for, greater prosperity for every person in the country. The motion tabled by the Conservatives today isn't clear or specific on what they would do differently to fix the economy. That, along with the continual lack of clarity and consistency on rural and farming policy when they were in power, suggests to me that they never had a vision for how they would support these communities well. It's so easy to criticise. It's far, far harder to come up with a long-term vision and do the hard graft to make it a reality. I will be voting with the government today. That's not because I don't think we need to push for more understanding of rural communities in Westminster. We absolutely do need a better understanding generally in the UK of the role farms and rural communities play in our culture and our potential prosperity across all parties and those who work for us. But I'm voting with the government today because I think we can better push for that change within a Labour government as part of a wider plan to improve things for everyone. A plan that is truly ambitious for this country, that makes the brave call to take the hard and popular decisions now so that in 10 years something has actually got better for everyone. I'd far rather that than a government who goes for popular headlines today, but in 10 years we're still facing the same challenges we always did and getting worse. I have a lot of faith that tomorrow and over the coming months this Labour government will set out an exceptionally clear and visionary plan for what our rural economies mean to Britain and how we will both respect them and make the most of them by providing long-term stability and a clear route for farmers to contribute to our national missions and benefit from them. Anyone who waited 14 years for a Labour government to come in and start to tackle a quarter of our children living in poverty knows that getting the result you want takes time and hard work. We have been in desperate need. I'm just finishing. We have been in desperate need of grown-ups to tackle what's coming down the line, and I trust this Labour government to do that, and I will work hard with them to get it right. And can I finally pay tribute to all the incredible farmers across Ribble Valley constituency for continuing this conversation with me so we can build the strongest possible vision for farming and the rural economy in the UK.
Sir Geoffrey Clifton-Brown.
Madam Deputy Speaker, thank you for calling me in this debate. Before I start, I'd like to declare my interest as a farmer, as a working farmer and a chartered surveyor. Now, when I drive through my constituency, I'm always reminded that farmers are the most underrated and essential workers in the rural Cotswolds and many other rural areas. Many have worked the land for generations, and I think in particular my constituent Nigel, I will avoid his surname to avoid press intrusion, who's still farming at the age of 93. What this government forgets is that farming is not a hobby. It is farmers that wake up at the crack of dawn to make sure that the rest of the population have food on their table. It is farmers that clear the roads when trees fall on them. It is farmers that clear the snow when they get blocked. And it is farmers who plant trees and wildflowers to ensure that our biodiversity is protected for future generations. Instead, the hard-working farmer community were dealt a massive blow by this Labour government's budget in October. It isn't, as my honourable friend from the front bench from Louth and Horncastle says, it's not only the AHT changes, but it's the national insurance contributions, the changes in minimum wage, the tax on fertiliser, and up to 211% tax on hike for double cab pickups. All these extra costs take money out of a business. And I know the Chancellor and the Prime Minister have both stated from the dispatch box that the IHT changes will not affect the vast majority of farms, with the Treasury forecasting that only 27% of all farms will be affected. However, as the honourable member of the Minister on the front bench knows, it is DEFRA's own forecasts that suggest that 2/3 of farms will be affected by this destructive policy. And the National Farmers Union have recently published analyses which show, in respect of the 27 figure, they found that this to be materially underestimating the true proportion, with around 75% of commercial farms to be affected by this destructive policy. This is due to the Treasury using figures that are based on the 21-22 APR data, which is not representative of the current situation today. We've already had an exchange in interventions, just let me make this point, about land prices. And I disagree with the honourable gentleman who said that these policies that inflate land prices. You can't buck the market. It's not these policies that inflate land prices. It's other people coming in from outside agriculture that are putting up the prices. I give way to the honourable gentleman.
I thank the honourable gentleman for giving way. Is it not the case that the language the NFU used was that these are farms who may potentially be affected by the policy, and taking no account of estate planning or any other mitigations that people might use? As the Secretary of State said, people take action in the event of change, and the NFU has ignored that in quoting those statistics.
I appreciate the honourable gentleman's intervention. If he will just listen to my speech and listen to the examples that I'm about to give, then perhaps with an open mind he might change his mind on what he's just said. So, in addition, the Treasury does not include the impact of claims for business property relief, which also fits under the same £1 million ceiling. And according to the NFU, 40% of farmers also claim BPR on machinery and livestock. This makes the £1 million ceiling even more restrictive. And the government, as we had an exchange earlier, has failed to complete a proper impact assessment on the changes to APR and BPR on the rural economy. And the CLA have modelled, and I thought that honourable gentleman opposite might be interested in this, that these changes will lead to 5% of rural businesses closing, with up to 190,000 jobs being lost from the rural economy, and some in very remote and difficult areas to replace those jobs. I don't want to give away too many people, otherwise the Deputy Speaker will, but I'll give away once more to the honourable gentleman.
Very grateful to the honourable gentleman. He mentions a risk that's of 5% of agricultural businesses being at risk. Is it not true that under the last government, between 2019 and 2024, in his own constituency of North Cotswolds, that there was an 8% reduction in agricultural businesses thanks to the policies of the opposition?
Period of a much longer time, but this will act much quicker. I can assure the honourable gentleman that once this tax starts to bite, those jobs will be lost quite quickly. So just to put this in perspective, the OBR has predicted that only £590 million a year is due to be raised from this destructive policy. The DWP budget in this government's budget and that pronouncement is a whopping £275.8 billion a year. So the revenue raised from this tax would be a mere 0.2% of this total amount. Now, over the weeks, I've had countless emails from worried farmers about their futures. And I was lucky enough to meet some of them who came up to London to protest recently. And I've met farmers who were varying in age from their late 20s to their early 90s. And it really was a very valuable meeting. Many of these farmers have never protested in their life, but they've chosen now to use their voices when their livelihoods are under threat. And again, to avoid press intrusion, I'd like to cite the case of David and his younger son, who farm a farm in the North Cotswolds of 265 acres, with a suckle herd and 200 small flock of Peterborough Dorset sheep. They have a range of modern and traditional buildings, and they've already diversified their buildings. And when they include their house, they estimate that their business is worth £5.5 million. He would be entitled to about £1.5 million in relief, and after the 50% relief from inheritance tax, with an effective rate that the Honourable Economic Secretary from the Treasury went through these rates, would leave him with a taxable amount of £800,000 on his death. Now, that farmer only earns, and the Minister might like to listen to this, he earns in total, on average, about £40,000 a year. How on earth is he ever expected to pay the tax and live on that £40,000? He won't, and the farmer will have to sell up, and it won't be available for future generations. I'll give way. That's the last time I'm giving way.
Honourable gentleman, but wouldn't the Tories have a lot more credibility on this issue if they owned up to the disaster that was Brexit, to the opening up of cheap imports, increased costs for farmers, all the barriers and obstacles towards trading? Wouldn't they have much more credibility in attacking this government on this if they admitted this was an absolute disaster for farming communities?
If the honourable gentleman wants to call an adjournment debate on Brexit, he's entitled to do so. So, I was talking about the serious issue about how this farmer and many other farmers up and down the country are going to be able to afford this tax. They will not be able to do so. And I understand that the government has suggested that farmers should be forward planning and gifting their farms to their children now. That would mean that they could avoid the tax in the future. But for many farmers, this is not an option. Take another constituent of mine who farms near the Foss Way. He's still farming at 93 and is still working on his farm. He did not retire at 65 like many of us do, but has kept working the long, hard days, as he did during the Second World War, to ensure we have enough food on our table. He has spent years planning to ensure that his grandchildren could inherit and take over the farming business. Instead, this government has put his plan completely out of the window because he will have to live to 101 if he's able to avoid this tax altogether. So the only option facing many farmers across the country is to sell off their land and stop farming. These farmers have worked the land for generations, and their children will have grown up watching their parents take over, expecting to take over when they can, but now face a future of uncertainty. What the government fails to answer is that when this land goes on the market, what kind of person will buy it? It won't be the ones that have farmed the land all their life. It will be likely to be foreign investors and hedge fund managers. They will not have generations of knowledge to work this land and will likely take prime arable land out of production as they could possibly make more money from alternatives. So working on the previous Public Accounts Committee, and I do urge the Minister to listen to this and ask him to see whether he would pledge to do it, I managed to obtain a commitment from the last government that the Food Security Index would be published in Parliament every year. I would like the Minister to give that pledge that he will continue doing that, so we can see what effect this tax is having, what effect the selling off of farms is having, taking land out of production, and whether our food production is dropping or not. I'd like to end this speech with a plea to the government to go back to the drawing board. I understand that a technical tax consultation on these changes is due to be published early in 2025, and I urge the government to use this time to talk to farmers and professionals across the country and find a way that will ensure that farmers like Nigel do not lose their life's work to the taxman. Some obvious alleviations of changes to APR and BPR would be to raise the threshold so more smaller-owned and rental farmers would be exempt, and a longer transitioning period that will help farmers like Nigel, the 93-year-old, and that, however, the best outcome would be to reverse this policy altogether. Farming is under threat. I do not want to see the fabric of our countryside destroyed for future generations.
At some point, speaking limits will be introduced, so please think about editing your speeches. But before then, I call Andrew Pakes.
That was quicker than I expected, Madam Deputy Speaker, so thank you. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, it is a privilege to speak in this debate. Nothing goes to the heart of the health, well-being and prosperity of a nation more than being able to feed and look after ourselves. Britain's farmers and our farming workforce are part of the essential infrastructure that keeps this country going. I am proud to represent a constituency with such a rich food and farming heritage. Farming is in our DNA. And I want to start by paying tribute to our farmers and farming workforce. When we talk about any other industry, we recognise the skilled workers that deliver for Britain, the steel workers, the miners, the nurses, the doctors. We should start every debate on food and farming with the same recognition for farmers. Food security begins with the incredible work of our farmers, and I thank them. When we talk about people going the extra mile to look out for each other and care for our communities, farmers do that every day. So this should be a welcome debate on the future of farming. It should be talking about farming profitability. It should be allowing my honourable friend from Mid-Norfolk to talk about agri-technology and how we increase the profitability, and I hope that he does so shortly. Instead, what do we get? We get the political opportunism from a party opposite that should know better. I am proud to be part of the largest contingent of rural Labour MPs in Britain's history. On this side of the House, we were elected to protect and support our rural communities, and we will do just that. And after 14 years, it is a bit rich of the party opposite to now claim they are backing Britain's farmers. I will give way.
As he may know, is my constituency neighbour. And I entirely endorse what he said about recognising and celebrating the work of farmers and, by the way, farm workers. But will he understand, I'm sure that most of the members of this side of the House understand it well, that assets and income are entirely different things. The farmers' assets are our landscape. Their wealth is our commonwealth. And it seems that the government have failed to appreciate that in imposing a tax on them which confuses their ability to make a living with the asset that's essential for them and for all of us to feed the nation.
My right honourable friend, for he is a champion in this House for skills and for trade unions, which I know is sadly too rare on the other benches, and I thank him for that. I also recognise the points he makes around the Commonwealth and the work that goes into looking after and protecting our land. What I also recognise, though, is the impact of the last government on the land and on our farming communities. So let's just look at their record. 14 years of running down the DEFRA budget, a decade of austerity that became a decade of insecurity, a Brexit turkey half-cooked, flood funding cut, trade deals that sold out British farmers, a farming budget £300 million underspent. If the party opposite want to discuss food security and the future of our rural communities, bring it on. This is the party that saw over 12,000 farmers and agribusinesses forced out of business since 2010. Farming is the lowest profitability of any sector in the economy. They abolished the Agricultural Wages Board and saw rural wages stagnate, including many Liberal Democrat colleagues who voted in the same lobby as them. And now they are defending the status quo when it comes to big business, big landowners and rising land prices. They are literal. I thought, silent debate, they were literally the last people on earth defending the status quo. But some of them seem to be talking about accepting some kind of policy, whereas the front bench seems to be saying there should be no change whatsoever. So the merry-go-round continues. And the opposition, this is an opposition that wants all of the spending but none of the responsibility. And when we talk about change, we know the change this country voted for in our rural communities and farm communities. They voted for change because public services were broken, rural schools crumbling, NHS waiting lists soaring, rural GPs and NHS dentists harder to find. This government is focused, rightly so, on the cost of living crisis and improving access to GPs in our rural communities. What is the opposition focused on? Defending a tax break for estates worth up to £3 million, but attacking a pay rise for our lowest paid workers in our rural communities. That says everything you need to know about the Tory party, today's Tory party. I will give way to my honourable friend.
As a fellow Cambridgeshire MP, would the honourable member give us some examples of the farms in his constituency which support this measure?
I recognise and thank my honourable friend, member, for his contribution. I certainly recognise from door-knocking in rural communities and talking to rural workers that food poverty has gone up in my constituency, that people have found it harder to get a bus to go and work on a farm, and that people working on farms are struggling with the result of Liz Truss's budget, which crashed our economy. Because the reality of this debate and what we should be having is profitability for British farmers goes back a generation, not to the 4th of July. That is why this government is pledging to put £5 billion into the farming budget and is committed to working with farmers and the sector to get that money into productive food production. It is why we will use the heft of public procurement to buy British farming. Food security goes to the heart, Madam Deputy Speaker, of the challenges facing our country. Fixing our public services goes to the heart of rebuilding our rural communities. Madam Deputy Speaker, if the House wants to do both, it will start by rejecting their motion.
After the next contribution, we will go down to 5 minutes. I call the Chair of the Select Committee, Alistair.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I remind the House of my entry in the Register
of members' financial interests. It's a pleasure to follow the honourable gentleman from Peterborough, a fellow member of the Select Committee, and indeed his honourable friend from Ribble Valley, because they both in their own way made an important contribution to the debate in giving a bit more context to it, which is important. I will vote for the motion in the name of the Leader of the Opposition today, not because it's the most elegant piece of drafting I've ever seen in 23 years in the House, but because there's nothing really there that I disagree with in it. It does feel, though, like a little bit of a missed opportunity in terms of moving the debate onwards. I don't see that as any real criticism, because it's a response to a measure in the government, from the government in the budget, which also was a bit of a missed opportunity. So it's worth just taking a minute or two to pause and to reflect on how this might have been done differently. We could have gone through the process that multiple governments and departments have done over the years, in starting with a green paper or a white paper, looking at the way in which inheritance tax has worked, look at some of the unintended consequences that it has generated. We've all heard of these super rich buying up land, inflating the price as some sort of tax avoidance measure. I have not met a single working farmer who thinks that that is something that they want to defend. So there was a real opportunity here for doing things differently. We could have built a consensus about the proper value of land. You could have built a consensus that would have looked at some of the stuff that's really not being spoken about in this debate. I speak as a former solicitor. Thankfully, I never did any executory practice. But some of those who are still in practice with whom I'm in contact will tell me quite candidly that because there was 100% relief on agricultural land, they didn't really give a great deal of thought to the valuation that went into the application for confirmation. And that is bound to have had an impact on the figures in which the government now seeks to rely. So had we done this in a proper and reflective way, I will come to the honourable gentleman in a second, then we would have been able to build consensus on things like values and thresholds and to come to a very different way. I will take the right honourable gentleman, but I'm keen to give as many people time as possible.
Very brief, Madam Deputy Speaker. Just in saying this, and I welcome the contribution from my former ministerial colleague. The point is, had this tax been levied on exactly the people he describes, the super rich, the non-working farmers, few would have complained. But it's been set at the wrong level, and that's why I asked the detailed modelling to be made available to the whole of this House.
Yes, I think I just said more or less exactly that. But, you know, a debate of the sort that I'm talking about would have allowed a wider debate around farming finances. We've had 70 years of very direct government intervention in the agricultural economy through farm subsidies. And to look at it now, taking a step back from it, important, critical though these are, the net effect has ultimately been to keep farmers poor. You look at the point where we've now come to, where there is such an enormous mismatch between the capital value of the assets being farmed and the derisory return on the asset. So DEFRA themselves tell us that it's a 0.5% return on capital. Farmers in my constituency tell me that a £3 million farm will give them an income of about £25,000 a year, and that is pretty much on point with DEFRA's own figures. We also hear about farmers working into their 80s, and it's a slightly patronising, very romantic view of doughty farmers working on into their 80s because they're seized with this sense of vocation. And there is absolutely that sense of vocation amongst farmers. But a lot of them, let's not forget it, are working into their 70s and their 80s because they have been running businesses that have had no spare money to put into a pension to look after themselves in their old age, and they need to... I'll take this as the last one.
thank my honourable friend for giving way on that point. And I think it's a really important point that he's making about just how little farmers earn. And yet they are being described consistently by members on the opposite benches as asset-rich. Yep. Should they not fall into their definition of working people, and therefore should they not be on their side rather than what they're currently doing to them?
I mean, working people hardly does them justice. And for the return that they get, the figures that were given to me by some of my younger constituents said they were working for about £6 an hour. There's a reason why I chose not to become a farmer at 16, why I thought that law was a more attractive career opportunity to pursue. But, you know, I bow in to no one in my admiration for those who made the choice that they did. And of course, there is then the question of those who have made their estate planning decisions on the basis of APR being available. Others have pointed to this, but it is absolutely critical. And it goes beyond actually just estate planning. I wonder how many farmers over the years, in coming to the end of a marriage and a divorce settlement, have decided to take the farm as their part of the capital interest because they have the family and the emotional connection to the land, and who will now find that, in fact, what looked like a equitable settlement a few years ago now risks actually being a much more inequitable settlement. The particular opportunity that I fear we have missed is that in relation to tenant farmers. The Tenant Farmers Association have come up with an excellent proposal here, which would reward those landlords who grant leases in excess of 10 years with exemption from inheritance tax liability. That is something that would be good for the very people that everybody on both sides of the House say they want to help here, the small family farmers. There are multiple reasons why people might buy up agricultural land. I don't know anybody who takes an agricultural tenancy thinking that it's going to make them a member of the super rich at the end of it. So the idea then that is being mooted of a clawback is something where we could see a bit of a sensible discussion and a consensus between the front benches. The idea that you have a suspended inheritance tax liability which would only then crystallise at the point of the land sale after the death of the owner. These are all things which would work to keep land in active food production. The irony, I fear, of the way in which the government has structured this is that by actually allowing a 50% relief on farmland above 1 million, it probably will keep the purchase of agricultural land as a less attractive but still attractive proposition for the super rich nonetheless. Madam Deputy Speaker, I think we've come to a point of the debate where we need to broaden the debate out beyond just inheritance tax, look at the wider question of farming finances and to ask ourselves how can we all come to a point and build a consensus that puts farming and food production at the heart of the countryside where it truly belongs.
5 minutes speaking limits. Matt Bishop.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My constituency is a very rural one with 751 farms. It's an extremely important issue to my constituents and me. I hear their concerns and I deeply empathise with their worries and their fears. And while this is a difficult decision for the government to introduce an inheritance tax, it is one that is unfortunately very necessary. I welcome the opportunity, however, by the opposition party that they've given us to discuss this matter, largely because it allows us the time to discuss the reasons why it has to be introduced. There's a crucial need to understand the unique challenges faced by rural communities and the immense value that they add to society. Farmers across the country, but most definitely in my constituency, are not just farmers. They help in a number of different situations, including those recently with the floods in the Forest of Dean. They are vital to all of us in the community. However, the economic turmoil of the last 14 years has left the government with the difficult task of balancing the needs of the British people with the economic realities of running the country. The failure of the previous government to secure a Brexit deal that protected the interests of farmers left many in a vulnerable position, struggling with increased costs, trade barriers and uncertainty. And this government's New Deal for farms aims to safeguard farmers' interests and do all we can to support them. We're using the government's own purchasing powers to ensure that 50% of food consumed in hospitals, army bases and prisons are from British farmers, putting more money into their pockets. We're introducing grid reform, allowing farmers to plug in their renewable energy into the national grid. We're also seeking a new veterinary agreement with the EU to ensure that our friends on the continent can enjoy the incredible produce that Britain has to offer. This government is actively working to improve the lives of farmers in a way that will benefit both the agricultural sector and the broader economy. However, the impacts of Brexit, I will give way.
I'm very grateful for the honourable member for giving way. Will he accept that the changes to inheritance tax actually damage the economic realities in the UK, because farmers will be disincentivised from investing in their land and increasing the productivity of their farm as a result of these changes?
For the honourable member for the intervention. I do empathise with that comment. That's not exactly what I hear from the farmers in my constituency, which I'll get onto shortly. So, moving it on slightly. So the impacts of Brexit, including the trade barriers, labour shortages and disruptions in supply chains, have undeniably placed significant pressure on our farmers. So it is somewhat ironic that the opposition chooses to complain about this government's actions when it was their own failures that created this mess. The NFU itself even criticised Defra as recently as September for their significant underspending, amounting to £358 million over the past 3 years. My constituents in the Forest of Dean have felt the impact of these challenges firsthand. More importantly, today, that the farmers are feeling the impact of these decisions. Small businesses and families are all facing tough times, and the opposition must acknowledge the broader context. The new initiatives the government are introducing, from the support for British farmers to the green energy reforms, are vital steps forward, and I do not underestimate the difficulties that lie ahead for all of us. There is no quick fix to the challenges we face, and I fully recognise the pain and frustration felt by those who are struggling, especially those in rural areas like mine. But the government's focus is on long-term growth, sustainability and providing the tools that our farmers need to thrive. And it's been raised earlier today that no farmers agree with this policy, but actually that's inaccurate. Some farmers do agree with the policy. They want better services, and they're happy to accept that the challenges and reform need to take place. Finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, some might be surprised to hear that I actually agree with the Leader of the Opposition's comments to the media recently, where she reminded us of the profound impact of the rising cost of living has on individuals across the UK and farmers. She's absolutely correct. The impact is felt deeply and intensely by all in the country, including my constituents in the Forest of Dean and my farmers in the Forest of Dean. But let us not forget one important factor. It was under the previous Conservative government that the cost of living crisis began for farmers, and it's under this government that it will end.
Katie Lamb.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. There are many claims the government have made about this policy which are not credible, but today I wish to address only 4. Firstly, and outrageously, they claimed they would not do it. The now Secretary of State last year said, and I quote, "We have no intention of changing APR." He said, given the situation farmers are in, a government, I quote again, cannot possibly go to people and demand more taxes. I'm sorry not to see the right honourable gentleman here today to hear his own words. Next, they claim this is unavoidable as they desperately need the £500 million they claim it will raise. Well, the £500 million the government gives to farms overseas and the £9 billion they were all too happy to hand over to public sector unions says otherwise. Next, they claim these people are rich. This completely misunderstands agriculture and completely misunderstands the countryside. A farm is not an asset on a balance sheet. Our farmers are stewards of their land, holding it for the future, for the next generation and the generation after that. It is not the fault of farmers, especially in places like my constituency in Kent with its astronomical house prices, that their land is so valuable in a way that does not at all reflect their farm's profitability. I gladly give way.
Very grateful to the honourable member for giving way. Is she, like me, slightly irate when she hears UK government ministers talking about how favourable the terms of agricultural property relief that they're proposing, and it's much more favourable than the rate that other people have to pay? Well, inheriting the family farm isn't like inheriting your mother's house. You don't liquidate the asset and then live the high life. You just get on with the job you were doing the day before and the day before that. There is no enrichment involved in this, making their policy utterly baseless.
I very much thank the honourable member for his contribution, and I couldn't agree more. In fact, my farmers tell me that these inheritance tax bills will take decades of profit to pay off, so you keep doing the job that you were doing yesterday, just with a fraction of the cash that you had before, which was not a lot to begin with. The final claim I would like to address is this idea that farms can simply be given away and then the farmer live another 7 years. Firstly, it is incredible to see the government introduce a tax in one breath and in the next encourage people to avoid it. Secondly, it makes a mockery of the whole policy. If this is true, the tax won't raise any money for the government, but will raise bureaucracy and advisory fees for farmers. But mostly, for so many people, it isn't an option or it won't work. People have not been given enough time to plan for these changes. My constituent Ross grows hops in Tenterden. As he watched the budget, his father, in his 70s, was suffering from sepsis and fighting for his life in hospital. Especially in farming, our most dangerous industry, people cannot guarantee that they will live another 7 years after having handed over the farm. Another of my constituents is in remission, having recently recovered from cancer. If the cancer returns, it is likely to be terminal. This constituent is in their early 50s. Is the government seriously suggesting that she should hand over not just the farm, but also the home that they live in to their teenage children? Many of my farmers live in their farmhouses and were planning to work the rest of their days. They do not have pensions, they do not have plans that would allow them to spend the last decade, and of course it may be much more of their lives, no longer farming the land that they have farmed for the whole of their lives up until this point. And finally, which seems to have been almost entirely ignored, to do this will incur eye-watering capital gains tax bills for some of my farmers' hundreds of years' worth of land revaluation, which they similarly cannot afford to pay. I will.
Is she aware that the capital gains tax starts from the moment of the person deceasing and not from when it was bought?
Thank you. What I have been told by my farmers and the tax advice that they have been given is that these bills will be completely unaffordable. Not just the decades of profits for the inheritance tax, but the same. That's what I've been told from the advice that they've been given. Farming is hard. It's not like any other industry. It is a culture and it is a way of life. It's lonely, revenues are uncertain, profits are tiny, cash is tight. I won't. I'm just coming to the end. It is absurd and it is shameful that this government, looking to fund their union pay rises and vanity energy projects, are putting this pressure on those who do the back-breaking work of growing our food. Farmers already have appalling problems with mental health and suicide, the RABI telling us a third may be depressed and half suffering from anxiety. One of my farmers says his father is now kept up at night by the thought that he will leave his children a crippling debt that will make their lives financially impossible. Another told me that his father says that he just hopes that he dies before the changes come in. This is illogical, it is inconsistent, it is dishonest, and it is wrong.
John Pearce.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To misquote Brian Clough, I wouldn't say my constituency, High Peak, is the most beautiful constituency in the country, but it's certainly in the top one. And generations of farmers we have to thank for that beauty in protecting the land and nurturing nature long before it was ever designated Britain's first national park. And if I thought for 1 second that these changes to agricultural property relief threaten future generations of farmers in my constituency, I would not vote for it. But I do not.
Absolutely right. Quite right.
Absolutely
To thank him for giving way. Last month I spent a very enjoyable afternoon scoring the senior young farmers at Radnor YFC. These are really admirable young people who spend their afternoons and their evenings looking after youngsters, often as young as 10, and in trying to encourage them into farming. So is he not concerned about the message that this change sends to our young farmers?
Here.
I thank the honourable member for his intervention. No, indeed, the message from this government is that we are absolutely committed to farming and to making it profitable and sustainable. And that has to be the message that we send out today. Now, listen, there is no doubt that farmers in my constituency have been struggling terribly for the last 14 years, working 7 days a week, 12 hours a day, for very little reward. The last government promised them the earth, but left them in the sheep dip. All the Brexit promises, and what they got was the leader of the opposition selling them out in trade deals to New Zealand and Australia. Boris Johnson promised the farmers that subsidies would stay at 100%. And what did they do? They phased out the basic farm payments. The opposition's incompetence saw farmers miss out on £358 million that could have been in their back pockets when they desperately needed it. And then Liz Truss, her mini-budget and all those unfunded tax cuts, and a point I will return to, crashed the economy, causing interest rates to rise and drove many farmers to the brink. Over 12,000 farmers and agricultural businesses were lost under the last government. So we will not take any lectures from you about the farming industry. Certainly.
Honourable Gentleman for giving way. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Honourable Gentleman has 428 farms in his constituency. I just wondered how many of those farmers would thank him for what he's going to be doing in terms of supporting the government today.
I thank the honourable member for the intervention. I live in one of the rural villages. I speak to the farmers in my villages all the time, and the fact is that they voted for me because they were so let down by the last government. I won't take any more interventions at the moment. Before the budget, I sat down with farmers in my constituency and I discussed two things. They wanted to talk about two things. They were concerned about the effect of changes to the APR on family farms, and they were concerned that there was no, I will not. And they were concerned about cuts to the farming budget. The Chancellor delivered on the farming budget. £5 billion, the largest ever investment in sustainable food production and nature recovery. And the Chancellor delivered in terms of protecting family farms in my constituency. No, I will not give away this. Let's be clear, only 4% of estates pay inheritance tax in this country. These changes will mean, as we've repeatedly heard, that a couple will be able to leave £3 million worth of estate onto their children without paying a penny in inheritance tax. And let's put that in context. If a couple owned a £3 million mansion, they would be paying £940,000 in inheritance tax. No, I won't give away at this stage. And for those estates over the threshold, they'll have a 50% reduction in the amount they pay. We've already heard that the 7-year rule will continue to apply, so farms and families will be able to make plans for the future. But this debate has shone... sorry, I won't give that at this stage. But this debate has shone an important light on an issue, and I'm very grateful for the member for Orkney and Shetland raising it, which is the issue of Our farmers are working day in, day out for very little profit. It's about how we support them to be profitable again.
That's right.
Energy bills are one of the biggest costs farming businesses face. This government is going to help bring down those costs through GB Energy and introducing grid reform to allow farmers to plug renewables into the national grid. We must protect them from being undercut by foreign imports, and we must create a greater create a greater marketplace for them by using the government's purchasing power to buy 50% of foods for our hospitals, our prisons and our army bases produced by local farmers. But here's the most important point. We have to provide them with economic stability. The Leader of the Opposition has already failed to learn the lessons of the Liz Truss budget. £6.7 billion of unfunded tax cuts already announced in a matter of weeks. The opposition need to tell us how they are going to pay for that. What are they going to cut? Are they going to cut the farming budget? Are we going to lose the £5 billion from the farming budget? Or are they going to borrow and put us right back in the position that we were with Liz Truss, with interest rates rising and businesses going out of things? So I will not be right. I will not be voting for the opposition's amendment. I'll be supporting farmers in my constituency and providing them with the economic stability that they need.
Charlie Dewhirst.
Thank you, Madam Deputy. I share my right honourable friend, the Shadow Secretary of State's frustration that the DEFRA Secretary can't be with us today, because I wanted to offer him some sympathy. I want to offer him some sympathy, because I don't believe that either the DEFRA Secretary or the Farming Minister cooked up this terrible plan. It was thrust upon them by the Treasury, because we know, as has been said before, the Treasury knows the price of everything and the value of nothing. They clearly do not know the value of a family farm or the value of our farmers to this country. Now, the purpose of this policy, as outlined by the Chancellor in her budget speech, was to stop wealthy individuals avoiding inheritance tax, but protecting family farms. Now, as was alluded to by my right honourable friend, the member for Stone, Great Ryley and Penkridge, the CLA's highlights the average 300-acre arable farm owned by a couple would have to spend 99% of their yearly profit over a decade to afford an inheritance tax bill. More starkly, a single farmer with 200 acres would have to pay 136% of their yearly profit to cover the bill. Clearly, that is unaffordable. A more real-life example was sent to me by a constituent, a farmer whose elderly father is still alive but no longer works, and whose son is at a local agricultural college, one day hoping to follow in his father's footsteps. This inheritance tax bill makes his farm unviable. His son's future is in doubt. His father is distraught, and he said to his wife that morning, "What is the point of even going to work?"
Will you keep way on that point?
Yes, I will.
I had a piece of correspondence from an agricultural accountant in my constituency who has said that since the budget, his job has changed from being an accountant to being a counsellor, as more and more farmers contact him with serious concerns about mental health because of the fear that's been introduced by this policy and the fact that their children are now telling them they do not want to go into the family farm.
Thank you. My right honourable friend is absolutely correct. Farming is a lonely existence at times, and farmers traditionally have suffered from mental health difficulties. This is making things far, far worse, and for those small family farms, it really is devastating. As has been alluded to by others in the House today, tenants have not been taken into account in any of this, and the impact of business property relief is far greater than I think any of us have discussed so far, because business property relief doesn't just relate to farms. It's any unquoted business. So that could be a local haulier, an abattoir, a feed merchant, all of these, the tapestry of our agricultural economy impacted by these measures. It really is a devastating attack on our way of life. And if you take the Treasury's figures, that £500 million will be taken each year by these taxes. That is £500 million no longer spent in the rural economy. Take, for example, a farmer who wants to expand his livestock herd. He needs to build a new shed. So that will come with paying a planning consultant, a construction firm, a mechanic. an electrician. It will mean a greater feed bill for his new livestock. He has to buy the livestock. All of these are part of the wider economy. It is not just the farmers who are being hit by this. It is everyone in the rural communities. Yeah. Now, the Secretary of State told us at the Environment, Food and Rural Affairs Committee that this will all be fine because farms under his tutelage will become more profitable. Now, the only way you can make farms profitable that quickly is by greatly increasing food prices. Now, if you are going to go down that route of food inflation and more wider inflation, then fine. But you're going to have to explain that to the consumers in the supermarket because, frankly, it is... Yes?
I'm grateful to my honourable friend for giving way. And does he agree with me that as part of Labour's total failure to understand the countryside, they probably don't get it that farmers are one of the very few sectors who have to buy retail but sell wholesale?
Thank you. And my honourable friend is absolutely correct. Farmers are, of course, price takers. They're not price setters. And they have always been under great pressure from the retail chain to keep their prices to a minimum so that we can all enjoy cheaper food. That is a fact of life and a very, very difficult challenge for... Yes, I'll give way.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way, a colleague on the Select Committee. He has great expertise in the farming industry and therefore he will know that under the last 14 years the record of his party in government has been failure for our farming industry. Yep. 12,000 farms closing since 2010 and energy bills skyrocketing because the party opposite failed to invest in energy independence, hitting our farmers and reducing profitability.
And in Australia. Thank you. I think we're going to have to agree to disagree on that point. Frankly, Madam Deputy Speaker, this is a policy dreamt up by the Treasury on a spreadsheet. That's right. There's been no impact assessment and there is no understanding of its impact on rural communities. This is not just an assault on farmers, it is an attack on the entire agricultural economy. The end result will be less British food, reduced British food security and fewer British jobs. Please, Minister, give our farmers some hope this Christmas and look at this again.
Markus, Campbell-Savours.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I must admit, as a new member and a novice when it comes to the fine details of parliamentary procedure, I'm surprised we're debating this issue in this way today. As the opposition know already, the agricultural property relief measures announced in the budget were not included in the budget vote last month. They also know it will be included in a future finance bill alongside other measures that will be subject to the technical consultation in the new year. This decision is simply not being made today, despite the disingenuous social media posts that imply differently. This detail matters to me. I've spent the last few weeks speaking with farmers in Penrith and Solway, trying to understand the full impact of the inheritance tax proposals, knowing that I have months left to engage DEFRA and the Treasury and seek important amendments. And let me be clear, if today was the real vote, I would vote against the government's plans. I'm no rebel, I'm a moderate. But during the election, I read what I thought were assurances from my party that we had no plans to introduce changes to APR. On this basis, I reassured farmers in my constituency that we would not. Now, I simply am not prepared to break my word. I'm told that there is no Labour MP in the country with as many farms as I do in Penrith and Solway, and I hope my colleagues will understand my feelings on this. Today, however, we're debating a frankly irrelevant motion from the Conservative Party, a motion which fails to acknowledge how they failed to deliver for my farmers, how they failed to deliver on trade deals on Brexit, how they set budgets for new rural payment schemes but couldn't make the schemes accessible, how they made manifesto commitments for the public sector to buy British which never materialised, that failed to spend flood prevention money that's desperately needed by my farmers on the Solway Plain, and failed to deliver reforms of inheritance tax rules that farmers know were being abused by non-farmers at their expense. I simply won't walk into a lobby with people who talk a good game on farming but don't deliver. Madam Deputy Speaker, their motion starts with the words, "This House regrets," and yet 14 years of failure don't even get a whisper.
I listened to the member's speech very closely. Paragraph 2013 of Erskine May states that formally the House strictly observed a rule against anticipation. This was designed to restrict debate on a subject to the type of proceedings deemed to be the most effective. As the word formally suggests, the rule is no longer strictly observed and has not been for many years. The principal provision in the budget relating to agricultural property relief is not contained in the Finance Bill, which is currently before the House, so the question of anticipation does not arise. In any case, I'm firmly of the view that any absolute rule should not prevent members, whether acting individually or as parties, from holding the government to account. I hope that satisfies the member. It is not a point for him now to respond right now. I call Esther McVey.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I rise today to join colleagues on this side of the House to call on the Labour government to stop this farm tax. And I have to say, it is a pleasure to follow the member for Penrith and Solway, to listen to what he said about those false promises before the general election. And he, too, is wanting maybe his government to think again about what they were doing. Now, the other week, thousands of farmers took the extraordinary step to come to Westminster to protest against this misguided policy. Unfortunately, the government has put its head in the sand and is pursuing with this policy. So, I hope today this debate will make them think again, make them listen. And I will give the Minister 10 out of 10 for appearing in the chamber today. Even if he were a junior minister in the Treasury, he certainly pulled the short straw to be put on that front bench. But I would ask them not just to come here, but also to listen to what is being said and to really listen to the needs of our farming community. We've heard a lot today about what British farmers do, the stewards of the land, guardians of our food security and the backbone of the rural economy. And yet this government shows really a fundamental lack of understanding of how its policy will affect this industry, and it is pushing ahead with it, how this policy jeopardises not just the livelihoods, but the very future of our countryside. And the numbers speaks for themselves. While the government claims only 27% of farms will be affected, the National Farmers Union warned that 75% of these family farms will be affected. And I would just say, if I were in government and I saw the discrepancy of those numbers, I would go back to the drawing board and check those figures, see why those discrepancies are there. Ask about why that is, not dig in deeper, but really check why this is the case. In fact, I think the curse of this Labour government and what it will be remembered for is its distinct lack of grasp of detail and how the economy works, rural and otherwise. Yes, because this budget has been a disaster of a budget. I will indeed.
I'm so grateful to the Honourable Lady giving way. She's making excellent points here. And I wonder if she agrees with me. It's not only the lack of grasp of detail, but there's also an astounding sense of arrogance, the inability to listen to those who know what they're doing, the farmers who have the experience and the expertise, and just the blank, inexplicable unwillingness to listen to the voices of expertise and the voices of experience in this government.
I want to thank my right honourable friend for bringing that point to the House, and that's why I think maybe today we can have this debate and allow the opposite benches to say, actually, let's go back to the drawing board, let's look at this discrepancy of number, because again, for all their talk of growth, and I'll bring the budget back again, this government's policies is delivering the exact opposite to growth, with the employers' national insurance contribution, with those change of rights from day one, talking down the economy. They are crushing growth in the economy. It is being reforecasted to be less than it was. So, again, what I'd like them to do, even if they don't want to hear this from me, even if they don't want to hear it from the farmers, how about a Labour supporting tax expert, Dan Needle? Because he has eventually come to the conclusion this Labour's farm tax is a dog's dinner of a policy. Now, originally, Dan had criticised the over-the-top coverage of the impact these tax changes will have. But he says on closer inspection, he has reversed his decision, saying these budget changes would hit farmers too hard and avoid tax avoiders too lightly, arguing that the policy needed to change. Dan Needle has said that the Treasury should raise the inheritance tax cap dramatically to around 20 million, so only the largest and most sophisticated farm businesses become subject to IHT. So you might not, the opposite benches might not want to listen to me, but surely one of their own tax inspectors...
The eye of the needle.
A moment ago from the Liberal Democrat benches we heard talk of a family farm tax and of land taxes. It now seems that the honourable member is suggesting that we take up Dan Needle's suggestion. Would you just confirm?
Now, it would be good if maybe all members listened to what I said. I said it's not too late for Labour to reverse this policy. Even their own tax advisors are saying on closer inspection it needs to be reversed. So that's what I'm asking the opposite benches to do. But Madam Deputy Speaker, we've heard today as well that farmers are asset rich, but in reality they are cash poor. And that really is the crunch of the matter today. So I'll, in the time that I've got left, just mention a couple of farmers in my constituency. One, a 7th generation farmer, has told me she was hoping that she'd pass her farm on to the 8th generation. That now doesn't seem possible, because if they have to sell a proportion of the land, which they will, it will make sure that the whole farm is unviable. Another farmer of mine, Richard Shepherd, who runs another farm, a few years ago, he built a state-of-the-art cow cubicle shed for their dairy herd, a piece of modern technology which they believed would prepare them for the challenges of the 21st century, investing in methods to produce high-quality, affordable and nutritious food, the type of innovation this country will come to rely on for food security in the future. However, now, with this change from the Labour government, he will owe something like £600,000 to over £1 million in inheritance tax. And he has said, you know, like any other business, we need confidence to invest in our farms. That's what we want to do. We want to grow our farm, invest in it, and this will destroy this. And I will also mention Richard Barnett, an accountant who works with many farmers in my constituency, and he's warned of two immediate consequences of these proposed changes. Firstly, an increase in the numbers of individuals seeking to acquire farmland up to £1 million to mitigate inheritance tax, resulting in a reduction in the amount of tax that the Treasury can expect to generate from this policy, as well as an increase in land prices. And the second, he'd expect consequences of these changes would be that the financial industry will enter the land market, with individuals investing up to £1 million in farmland, acquiring it, and then what we will see actually is farmland being lost.
Marvellous. Callum Anderson.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm happy to contribute to this debate, and I want to very much associate myself with the excellent speeches made by my honourable friends, the members for Ribble Valley, Peterborough and Forest of Dean, who are all absolutely right when they say that this government is committed to standing shoulder to shoulder with British farmers and ensuring that their voices are heard and their future is secured. Nowhere is this more vital than in Buckinghamshire, where farming is not just an industry, but an integral part of our local identity. And it supports our economy, shapes our landscape, and is woven into the fabric of our communities. Now, since I was elected in July, I've engaged closely with farmers across North Buckinghamshire, and I've been grateful to meet local agricultural and rural businesses in my constituencies, such as Boycott Farm in Stowe and Hogshaw Farm and Wildlife Park. And I thank them for welcoming me to their world. Now, these visits have reinforced my commitment to representing their interests and addressing the challenges that they face. And I've been struck this afternoon, as I've listened to speeches of them across the House, that the party opposite have been their inability to confront and defend their own record in office. Because time and time again, the previous government failed to stand up for Buckinghamshire farmers. They failed, as others have said, to spend the £358 million of the UK's agricultural budget, and that money should have gone straight in the pockets of Buckinghamshire farmers. Instead, the Conservatives left it on the table, not because it wasn't needed, but because they couldn't be bothered to make sure that the policy to replace the basic payment schemes were completed on time. This was their attitude when in office.
There's Barclay up there.
The gaps and the unanswered questions in these schemes left many farmers in my constituency in limbo and undermined their confidence and threatened their livelihoods. When in government, the opposition failed again when they negotiated trade deals with Australia and New Zealand, removing most tariffs on beef and lamb, which even the Conservative cabinet member responsible for negotiating the deal said it was a bad one. These deals have opened the floodgates to imports that threaten to undercut our domestic producers, leaving British farmers struggling to compete against lower welfare and lower cost alternatives. Madam Deputy Speaker, our farmers deserve better, and that's why this government is determined to do things differently. We've committed, as others have said, to £5 billion to the farming budget over the next 2 years, the largest investment in sustainable food production in our history, because we know that food security is national security. And in the coming year alone, £2.4 billion will go directly to supporting British farmers, ensuring that they can thrive in a rapidly changing and uncertain world. These, we have little time. These investments are about more than money. They represent a vision for a resilient and sustainable future. Now, on the inheritance tax point, the government's approach is balanced and fair. Just last night, on this occasion, just last night, the former Conservative Chancellor, Lord Clark, agreed, and I quote, "I am Team Chancellor. This was a strained exemption, which is why so many rich people buy agricultural land." He's not wrong, Madam Deputy Speaker. As others have said, in 21-22, the top 7% of the wealthiest claimants accounted for 40% of the total value of APR at a cost of £290 million for the taxpayer, as my honourable friend, the member for Rugby, said. The majority of claimants will not be affected. Couples inheriting farms can still pass up to £3 million tax-free, and any additional assets will be taxed at half the standard rate with payments spread over 10 years. Madam Deputy Speaker, this government is delivering a new deal, a square deal for farmers that includes measures to ensure that British produce is prioritised in government procurement, that farmers are not undercut by low welfare imports, and that energy costs are reduced through innovative solutions. And our farmers deserve a government that listens, supports and invests in them. And this government is committed to doing just that.
George Freeman.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I rise to speak on behalf of Mid Norfolk, a rural agricultural food processing constituency that is reeling from this surprise and savage attack that was not in the Labour manifesto. I have no direct interest in farming, but I am the child of a farming family. My stepbrother runs that business. I worked as a worked on farms from the age of 15 to 21. I was going to go into farm management. I think I still have a place at Harper Adams Agricultural College if this career doesn't work out. My first job was with the NFU, working here in Parliament. I was a director of Elsom Seeds, and I was proud as Minister to lead the Agri-Tech industrial strategy because, and I'm chair of the All-Party Parliamentary Group for Science and Technology in Agriculture, because this industry is a hugely important strategic industry to the UK. It's key to our food security, now gratifyingly a government priority. It is completely key to the world's ability to feed 9 billion mouths. We're a great agricultural research and technology economy, and the world is hungry for our innovations. It is also completely key to net zero. Agriculture and transport are the two dirtiest industries, and agriculture is moving more quickly than any to pioneer regenerative systems of agriculture, carbon capturing systems. These innovations are being driven by a new generation of UK farmers, young farmers, who are very, very different from the generation post-war. They're people who take their responsibilities to the broader global planet and to regenerative agriculture very seriously, and at the same time, as being a key strategic industry, they look after our countryside and they keep healthy our rural economy, all of which achieved in the most extraordinary way an industry that is not dominated by big companies. This is an industry made up of millions of small businesses, moreover, who exist in the most extraordinary business climate. They operate on incredibly expensive assets, the land, which they never seek to monetize, points made by other colleagues across the House, in an industry in which their costs are fixed. You invest in all your costs up front and you wait, hopefully, for a price for your product, which is subject to the vagaries of the weather, subject to the vagaries of climate change. Most business people looking at that business model would say, that is not a business I want to be in. So why did they do it? Why do our family farmers do it? They do it because it is a way of life and because it is deeply embedded in the values of their family, of their countryside and of their communities. This is about stewardship. And it's all the more remarkable that this government has decided to attack that very bit of the agricultural economy. I want to ask, what are the aims of this policy? What is the impact of this policy, and how should this House and those MPs who understand the rural economy respond? If the government had said, look, our aim is to close the loophole of land asset speculators enjoying the legitimate family tax relief that this party put in place in 1984, I'd probably have supported them. If they'd said, look, we want to stop international hedge funds enjoying a tax relief that was designed to protect family farms, I suspect many of us would have supported them. If they said we want to support new entrants to the industry, to promote diversified regenerative agriculture, to increase investment, to promote the vibrant rural economy. But that is not the aim of this policy. The truth is, we don't know the aim of the policy because it was never in the manifesto. It was not a policy from DEFRA. It's a Treasury policy that has been landed on unwitting ministers who are now having to carry the can. And it is, we know, anti-small business, anti-family business and anti-the rural economy. And didn't, Madam Deputy Speaker, the former Labour adviser John McTiernan let the cat out of the bag. He said Labour has waited a long time to seek revenge for the Tory attacks on the miners, and we're going to attack the farming community now. And that is exactly what he said. The impact of this policy is clear. You only have to read the CLA and the NFU briefings. I've met with Gavin Lane, with Phil and Sophie Ellis, with Oliver Mundy, with Nigel Stanham. Most of our average family farms will have to pay tax bills of £400,000 to £500,000 to £600,000. And where are they going to get the money from? On businesses that don't generate the profits to pay for it. They are going to have to sell land, all of them. Who's going to buy it? It won't be their neighbour because they'll be selling land. I fear this policy was actually designed in the Treasury with the support of bits of DESNES and DEFRA, because the people hanging over mid-Norfolk waiting to buy the land are the big solar developers, the big mass housing developers. This is a prescription for the industrialisation. I won't give way, time is short, colleagues want to speak. This is a prescription for the industrialisation of the countryside, cooked up in the Treasury in the summer when nobody was looking. It's going to lead to family farms being broken up and sold, farm investment falling, young farmers leaving, major local economic impact, tertiary impacts in my part of the world. Those industries that support farming are already seeing this effect. And the response of rural MPs should be to move fast behind the member for Penrith and to make clear to the Treasury they need to adjust the mechanisms, change the thresholds, change this policy, unless they want to be the party of rural devastation.
Joe Morris.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's always a privilege to speak on behalf of my constituency, one of the largest, the very largest in England, one of the most rural. And I want to start by paying tribute to the farmers who I've engaged with, both as a Labour candidate. I had my selection meeting at Hexham Farmers Mart, and since I've been elected, both in London, on their individual farms, through the NFU and otherwise. And I've had genuinely balanced and informative conversations about them, and I've shared the outcomes of those conversations with ministerial colleagues and through the appropriate channels. And what really strikes me is this motion before us today is an unserious motion brought by an unserious party. A party that fails to understand the countryside, fails to understand why they lost seats that they had held in Hexham's case for 100 years. They had undermined the confidence of young people to be able to remain in the communities where they grew up. They had cried foul at any attempt to provide housing in my local community. I spent this morning meeting with Hexham Community Housing Partnership to talk about the appalling overcrowding in Hexham, the appalling need for genuinely affordable housing, and the devastating impact it's having, forcing people out of the towns that they grew up in. And it's a problem that they had oversight in my part of the world for 100 years for. They need to look into the mirror and genuinely consider why it is that rural communities turned against them so much. Because the vast expanse of green benches is reminding me of the British countryside. Thank you very much.
Does he think perhaps the reason that the good people of Hexham voted for him is because they were promised explicitly that his government would not do what they're currently doing?
Yeah.
I thank him for his intervention. I think that when you start a new job and the previous person in the job has not paid invoices for the previous year, has deliberately withheld financial information, you have a very honest conversation with the public about what is achievable. You know, in any business that you work in, you have to be honest with people about deliverables. And well, ultimately, people in my constituency were sick of the chaos. They were sick of seeing Liz Truss plastered all over the newspapers. When I speak to my farmers, I get a real outcry for security, for genuine forward planning. I'll make some progress and then I'll take an intervention at a later point. I get outcry for genuine forward planning from DEFRA, a DEFRA that listens, a DEFRA that is not turned into a political football, as it was too often by the party opposite. And I genuinely know that, having grown up in a rural community, having grown up alongside the children of farmers, that the things that they value are public services, roads that are not full of potholes. They are a stable economy. They are libraries libraries that are not falling down. They are the exact kind of public services that every one of us expects. I will give way, yes.
I'm grateful for the honourable gentleman giving way. Can he set out, since the budget, how many farmers he has spoken to, and of those, how many support the government's policy?
Too many to count.
He's welcome to come take a look at my diary at some point. And I was on the Saturday after the budget, I went to a farm. The second Saturday after the budget, I went to a farm. I then met with NFU members in my office in London. Yeah. Believe me, Labour members work their constituencies a lot harder than Tory members do.
I thank my old friend for giving way, and I hope he sees me as a fellow Labour MP who works his constituency very hard and speaks to residents. The thing that farmers say to me that they're really concerned about is rural crime. And I think we can all agree that something that DEFRA under the Labour government have got right is tackling rural crime, and in particular their rural crime strategy. Is that something that farmers speak to you about? Because that's something they speak to me about.
It absolutely is. It absolutely is. My own friend's absolutely right. 14 years. And what people, not just farmers in my community, speak to me about is the need for that growing, stable economy. Is there absolute infuriation at the party opposite for suddenly deciding that after taking farmers for granted for 14 years when you were in government, that you're now going to pretend to jump on a bandwagon? You know, I will give way, yes.
I thank the honourable member for giving way, and he will remember, because I was there with him before the budget when I organised the Westminster Hall debate specifically on agricultural property relief and business property relief. So will he agree and remember that we have not just jumped on this since the budget? It's something on this side of the House we've been speaking about for a very, very long time.
I thank her for her intervention. I think her and I's view of a very, very long time is probably slightly different, given a few weeks ago is not quite a very, very long time for me. I'm talking about years in which local farming communities were ignored. You know, the botched Brexit deal that your party secured simply did not do any farmer any favours. This is the only party that is genuinely serious about countryside renewal. You cannot simply pack communities across Northumberland into Aspic, pretend that they don't need houses, they don't need services. That is why you lost. That is why I am here. And ultimately, we will be judged on the success of our record, on whether or not we can get the farming budget out into... I've taken plenty of interventions in a short time. Whether or not we can get the farming budget into the pockets of farmers. And I have every single faith in this government and in this DEFRA that we will. And I do not believe that the party opposite could honestly say that they ever trusted their DEFRA ministers to do the same.
Thank you.
Wishart.
Thank you ever so much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I rise to support the many farmers in my constituency and the rural communities that farmers are the very heart of. I want to try and do just something a little bit different in this debate. I want to try and figure out what's behind some of these moves that the Labour Party have put in place when it comes to farming stuff. Oh, what about Brexit? He's asking. Nope, believe me, I am coming to that. But I want to try and understand just a little bit about the motives of this particular government. And what I think it basically comes down to is these very clumsy attempts to try and define what working people are. Now, it's quite clear that farmers don't fit that bill. Even though farmers work 12-hour days and back-breaking conditions, outdoors mainly, right into older age, they just don't seem to fit into that particular club. And Labour have always had this urban-centric view of our country, and everything they do in politics is mainly viewed through a metropolitan lens. So farmers have never really had a chance with this Labour government. And I think it shouldn't really come as a surprise. I don't know why they shouted the Honourable Member down, that somebody as thoroughly unpleasant as John McTernan, Tony Blair's former aide, would say something like what these farmers should receive, the same as what Margaret Thatcher dished out to the miners. And his view that we could do without a farming industry is something that's got just a little bit of currency, I think, within the Labour Party. And as well, to be honest about some of these things. The thing is, for my comrades over there, is farmers are simply not one of us. And I remember the last time we had a whole cohort of Labour members on the government benches, and we used to mercilessly tease them, Madam Deputy Speaker, that there was nae therms in Scottish Labour. Now, there was two things about that quite unjustly slight. One is they didn't actually respond to it. They didn't seem to sort of care. It was whatevs. And secondly, it was patently untrue. There were lots of farms in Scottish Labour. And again, with another cohort down here, there's a great number of Scottish Labour MPs that represent rural and farming constituencies. But the point remains the same. They just do not care about what happens in farmers. And I think the general view is they don't rely on a rural farming vote. And their view is they could just about muddle through their elections without the support of the rural community. And the thing is, they see farming businesses as just another business that they might find in one of their town centres or city centres. They understand nothing about how it's possible to be asset-rich and resource-poor, about land values and the intimate nature of family farms dependent upon the fixed assets to generate business and activity. The simple fact is this government does not understand the rural community or how the generational continuity of farms actually work. And the thing is, there's now loads of new Labour MPs representing our rural constituencies in England. Rural Labour members of Parliament don't tend to last all that long. They're maybe in for one, possibly at most 2 terms. And that's generally because they're forced to accept and subsume the agenda that's put forward by their government. So my little bit of advice to them is start to think about the farmers in their communities, start to think about their own electoral arithmetic and try and actually be on the side of farmers for a change. Of course, I'll give way.
Say, I've heard the honourable gentleman, thank you for giving way. I can't believe what I'm hearing. I'm a four-time Member of Parliament for a semi-rural seat since 1997. You're just talking nonsense. I've never heard anything like it.
I think I'm a little bit familiar with the electoral history of the honourable gentleman, but he was out of Parliament for quite a long time, if I say to him. It's good to see him back in his place, obviously, but he was booted out, and I think that was basically due down to his lack of interest or concern or care about what was happening into the rural community. But if I was NFU England, I would be making sure that that was definitely going to be put in front of the members of Parliament who represent rural constituencies in England. But I've got a couple of bits of advice for some of the UK farmers and the representatives. First of all, Jeremy Clarkson is not your friend. He represents a part of the rural community that's so far away from the real struggle that farmers face that he was well being brought up in an urban Labour constituency. And the second thing about
the farmers is be very careful of what the Conservative Party are offering. Remember, it was the Conservative Party who oversaw the cost of living crisis, who oversaw the ending of something like thousands of farms, and it was them, and I'll come to the Honourable Gentleman's point, that brought in this absurd and economically illiterate Brexit. This Tory-hard Brexit has increased farming costs, introduced unnecessary barriers to markets, it has allowed lower quality competitors in the marketplace, and it has taken billions of pounds out of the rural economy. How the Tories were able to sell this chaotic Brexit pup to so many rural communities will go down as one of the worst pieces of mis-selling in British farming. There is a different way to do it. In Scotland, we do things differently. We make sure that there's going to be a constant farm payment to farmers in Scotland. And what we've also done is have food production at the very heart of our farming policy. And today in Scottish Budget, as well as introducing a winter fuel payment, we are going to abolish the two-child cap benefit. And on top of that, £660 million will be going to farmers. And all the money that was kept for government emergencies in the last few budgets is going to be returned in full. Madam Deputy Speaker, that is how you support farmers with your government. And it would be good to see this Labour government doing a little bit of that in the future.
I call David Smith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the opportunity to speak in this debate, and I'm grateful to the party opposite that after many years of ignoring farmers, they've finally decided to pay attention to farming and food security. Farming plays a vital role in the past, present and future of Northumberland. There's almost 2,000 farms across Northumberland in my constituency and my honourable friends in Hexham. And each of them proudly and patiently shape the landscape that we view as quintessentially British. And they play crucial roles in sustaining local communities. Farmers are good for Northumberland. And so since becoming a Member of Parliament, I've spent a great deal of time meeting with them and representing their concerns in Parliament. In fact, my first non-maiden speech was on the virtues and challenges of sheep farming. I've done that because I understand, just as the government does, that farming is both central to the communities I represent and central to our way of life here in the UK. Put simply, our country does not flourish without a flourishing farming sector. But farming has been battered for 14 years under the last government. As I was preparing for this debate, I read a recent letter from a farming constituent about a range of difficulties he faces. In it he said, and I quote, For many years, government intervention has always dominated the top of my risk register due to inconsistent policy and its oft-reinforced reputation as a poor payer. It would be convenient, Madam Deputy Speaker, for the party opposite if farmers across the UK were to forget about the last 14 years and blamed all of the current difficulties on a government in office for just 6 months. But to create a reputation for government as a poor payer and having inconsistent policy takes years, not months. In July 2023, the Competitions and Markets Authority found that the post-2020 squeeze inflicted on our food supply chain is a combination of significant rises in energy, commodity and labour costs, made worse in some cases by adverse movements in the exchange rate. In other words, Madam Deputy Speaker, farmers have been squeezed for years by energy prices, labour costs and a depreciation of the pound, and the previous government bears some responsibility for all of these factors. First, energy. April 24, the Energy and Climate Intelligence Unit found that since Russia's invasion of Ukraine, the government had only enacted 3 out of 10 policies necessary to improve energy security and bring prices down in the long term. That speaks to years of failure on energy, whether selling off gas storage capacity, dodging tough decisions on nuclear, or going cool on the urgency of global warming by banning onshore wind. When global energy fluctuated, the lack of long-term preparation left our farmers exposed to rocketing prices. There's a matter I'd like to raise as well. There is an issue about large retailers also letting down the farmers at times. They're able to dominate negotiations around own-label products, and with 90% of farm-produced vegetables being sold by supermarkets, farmers are stuck in a monopoly position that threatens their business. And I would urge the government to do what they can to ensure reliable pricing and supply arrangements can be set between farmers and retailers that benefit our national food security. But there's this issue of subsidy as well, and we need to get the money out the door to farmers, as we've heard. We need to make sure that they can actually get the funding that they didn't get under the last government. I'd especially like to finish just by mentioning one of the issues we're talking about today on APR. There is a need for continued constructive engagement around the recently announced proposed reforms. Every farmer I've spoken to welcomes the proposal to end taxpayer subsidies for the super wealthy buying up land to qualify for IHT. I'm also aware that the government is facing two competing responsibilities, though the first to manage the national finances and then the second to ensure that every community can follow its traditions and its dreams. As a farmer recently wrote to me, despite all that was thrown at my father over the years, all he ever wanted to do was farm and he loved it. Somehow it was in his blood. I know the government understands this, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I urge the Minister to continue to keep this front and centre as we support the contribution of farmers to our national life. After many years of ineptitude, neglect and the doling out of crumbs by the party opposite, it must be this government that truly becomes the party of farming and rural life.
Rachel Gilmore.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As many members here know, I'm able to speak with some expertise on this subject since I was the first female director of the National Farmers Union in some 100 years. And of course now I represent the constituency in which I've lived for 34 years, where there are 1,006 farms or holdings, and the CLA says that 432 of these farms will be affected by these measures. I'm known as somebody who tries to speak across the chamber, make friends with honourable members on both sides. I don't particularly enjoy confrontation. So there are elements of this debate which I have found unpleasant and disappointing. I don't like the references to class coming from this side of the House, or the suggestions that it has anything to do with class coming from the honourable member sitting here. It is an irrelevance. Please don't play politics with my farmers. They are too important. So my plea to the Minister, when he's listening,
You're just wasting time.
is that you look again. I'm not asking you to change the policy. I understand that it's Treasury-driven, but there are some things that need to be looked at again. It is an assumption, a flawed assumption, that ownership is split 50-50 between spouses. This is not the case across Exmoor. If this is not the case, especially as in cross-generational farming families, where older farmers hold on to the property so as not to burden the younger generation with increased CGT on any future sale, should they wish, then the relief stated by the Chancellor will not add up to the value stated. Average family farms are worth under £3 million. They are not. I'm grateful to my constituent and good friend, Guy Thomas Everard, who went out of his way to give me the bill of sale of a farm, a perfectly average farm outside Winsford in my constituency. It is valued at £3.5 million, and that's before you count the dead stock and the livestock. No. The residential nil rate band will be applicable if the value of the farm business is worth over £2.65 million. Then there is no residential nil rate band, which swallows up large numbers of family farms. I know that many members on this side of the House are very, very unhappy indeed with these proposals, and as the honourable friend Markus Campbell-Savours said, he will vote with this government because of the dire state that the former government left my farmers and agriculture in. But he is right when he says that this is a flawed piece of legislation. It will devastate family farms, and I implore and beg you to look at it again and at least get the facts right.
Louise Jones.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Every government has to make tough decisions. Faced with a £22 billion black hole, we in Labour have chosen to raise taxes only on the very wealthiest. The Conservatives, in their record, chose instead to place the burden on the poorest in society, on those with disabilities and those who are very young. In fact, I'm seeing this in real time in Derbyshire, as the Conservative leader of Derbyshire County Council has chosen not to spend his time dealing with the disastrous recent Ofsted report on the sorry state of SEND provision in Derbyshire, affecting thousands of vulnerable children, or trying to deal with the terrible county council finances, which they are trying to plug by closing much-loved care homes, leaving again some very vulnerable people with a very uncertain future. Where was he? Marching with wealthy landowners down here in London. And I would ask the Shadow Minister what she thinks first attracted various multimillionaires in various industries to suddenly discover a passion for farming and buying farms in their late middle age. I had thought that the Conservatives would want to discuss the huge challenges facing our NHS, the cost of living crisis affecting so many of my constituents in North East Derbyshire, their failed track record in delivering vital regional infrastructure. But no, we have had silence on these issues. What has got them literally out marching on the streets is rushing to defend multi-millionaires. My constituents can see what is their #1 priority, and it isn't the same as theirs. Let's be clear, keeping the status quo as they argue for would see 7% of claimants receiving 40% of the relief. That's £219 million given to just 117 estates. Why should 117 of the richest get £219 million tax relief and not ordinary families? You would have thought, after such a profound rejection of their party's record in government back in July, that they would have taken some time to listen to the electorate and learn. The electorate saw that this Labour Party is different and elected us in. Perhaps the Conservatives should take a closer look, and I'm including in this the honourable member for Perth and Kinrossshire. Many of my colleagues are deeply rooted in their rural communities, and I myself come from a family of farmers. In fact, I spent most of my Sunday family lunch listening to in-depth monologue on SFI technical details, which was, of course, very welcome. So, while they are rushing to defend the wealthiest in society, we in Labour will be focusing on what matters to rural communities. That is access to rural health facilities. That's a record £5 billion for farmers. That is creating a new commissioner for tenant farmers, which is a fantastic thing. A new rural crime strategy. And we will focus on protecting farmers from bad trade deals. So I will say, coming from a family of farmers, I know a wolf in sheep's clothing when I see one. However much those on the benches opposite bleat about standing up for farmers, their bushy tails and terrible record for farmers over the past 14 years tell me otherwise. I will always fight for farmers, to improve farming incomes and to support farming communities. That's my priority, and it's the priority of this government.
I call Dr. Andrew Murray.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I have to start by drawing attention to my entry in the register. I rise to support the land-based and agri-food sector in South West Wiltshire, a sector that stands bewildered at what this government is doing to it, a government that it thought had its back and that was going for growth. A farmer constituent wrote to me shortly after the budget saying all these changes have meant that our already tight margins are non-existent. The next few months are going to be spent calculating if it would be better to just sell up and no longer farm. Hardly surprising when the average salary of a farmer in this country is a little over £22,000, despite the fact they are described by many as being multi-millionaires. My constituents' disappointment is heightened by the now government's assurances before the elections and the specific promises it made on APR and BPR. And I think, if I may say so, without damning his career too much, I see he's no longer in his place, the honourable member for Solway and Penrith did us a service by reminding us of that promise. But we shouldn't be surprised, and my honourable friend, the member for Mid-Norfolk, and the honourable gentleman, the member for Perth and Kinrossshire, have already drawn attention to John McTernan, who very helpfully allowed the mask to slip when he said that we should do to the farmers what Thatcher did to the miners. He went on to say, farming is an industry we can do without. We don't need small farmers. And I hope when the Minister comes to wind up, he will do us a service by distancing himself completely from the sentiments of that remark.
Dog dinner. They call it dog dinner.
Now, the government's estimate of in-scope farmers is either incompetent or it's tricksy and it's duplicitous. Setting aside Minister's apparent confusion by what constitutes an acre and a hectare, we are, of course, indebted to the Central Association of Agricultural Valuers that says that 75,000 farms over a single generation will be affected by that. That's 5 times government estimates. And I think the Minister should just reflect on that, because there's no shame in admitting that the government and its officials have got this wrong, and there's time to fix it. And there's time to look at independent sources like this one and compare and contrast the data that they have produced with the data that their officials have produced and tack accordingly. And I think were he to do that, his stock among the farming community, and I appreciate the Treasury pressures that he is under, would rise substantially in this early few months of his tenure. But I have a helpful suggestion, Madam Deputy Speaker, and that is to say that the government has picked the wrong target. I think many in this House would be perfectly happy for this government, any government, to fix those who have, over years, used land to avoid inheritance tax, and institutional investors in particular, hedge fund managers and overseas investors who have artificially put up prices of land in this country, forcing new entrants out of the market and distorting the land market. That is a perfectly legitimate thing for any government to do. But what the government is doing is picking on small and medium-sized farms, many of which have been in families for generations, and is doing the productive sector of our land economy in this country a massive disservice, and frankly is acting in a way that is unfair and unworthy. I would say, Madam Deputy Speaker, just in conclusion, that I implore the Minister, who I know is a good man, to think again. Talk to the Treasury. Turn your fire on those individuals and institutions using land to avoid tax and forcing up land prices. Hands off our family farms.
Joe White.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Bassetlaw has a heritage and a future in energy production, with coal mining and power stations once dominating the skylines and the workforce and our communities. And whilst its focus is now shifting to bringing world-leading fusion energy production to the area, we also have a proud tradition of food production, with farms and rural communities covering over half of my constituency. The farmers in Bassetlaw are deep-rooted. They are a proud part of our history, and meeting local farmers both before and after I was elected in July was essential, so that I could understand their priorities and represent their interests. On election, I immediately joined the NFU scheme, and I look forward to travelling at the end of this week to visit a chicken packing centre. I want to know at first hand the difficulties, the conflicts and the changes our farmers are making to meet with today's challenging needs, expectations and market forces. In Bassetlaw, we have a mix of mainly arable farms, some farms combining livestock and arable, and a small number that focus solely on livestock. In recent times, they have had to deal with the impacts of storms Babette and Henk, with water sitting in fields for months, turning them into pond bottoms and impacting on production plans and opportunities. The last 14 years, where we had hikes in the cost of living, price rises in fuel, seed and grain, have all had their impacts. Getting people to work on our farms has proved to be a perennial problem, made much more difficult in recent years because apprenticeship opportunities remain unfilled and finding reliable crop pickers is becoming as rare as hen's teeth. Rural crime is a huge issue. Fly tipping and the theft of livestock and equipment is a daily threat, interrupting working life and impacting on production and profits. The Tories' Brexit deal ignored the needs of farmers. We have all seen the queuing at the ports with rotting fruit and vegetables, the inability to safely transport livestock, and the last government's trade deals that have allowed cheaper food to be imported due to the lower farming standards in overseas nations. I welcome the £5 billion commitment to British farmers in the recent budget, the largest ever financial commitment in farming history, and this will be directed at sustainable food production so that we will eat more British-produced food. Whilst there will be an additional £60 million to support farmers affected by the storms last winter, and this comes alongside the new Flood Resilience Task Force that will work to protect farmers' fields from the extremes of weather. On top of this, the Government has committed £208 million to rebuild the armoury against disease threats that impact so greatly on the farming industry. For the first time ever, there will be a cross-government rural crime strategy focused on cracking down on the criminals who blight our countryside. I want to live in a country that puts pride into buying British food. My challenge is that we lead that campaign in our advertising, in our supermarkets, our restaurants, cafes, our high streets and our markets. Aligning the Union Jack with the food we eat is the key to strengthening commitment to buying British, whether it's on our menus or on the shop counter. Choosing British must become the first and best choice. We need to adapt to once again buying and eating seasonal food. This was a way of life and is something that we should be proud to return to. Forget convenience and buy British. It's why I welcome the Government's using its purchasing power across the public sector. 50% of the food eaten in hospitals, prisons, schools and army bases will now have to be locally produced. This Government will protect farmers from being undercut by the low welfare standards and poor standards in trade deals. I was proud to sit on the Bill Committee that is steering through a new veterinary agreement with the EU to get our live food exports into overseas markets. I am proud of my country and I am proud of the farmers in Bassetlaw. I will continue to listen to their concerns and I am speaking to DEFRA and Treasury Ministers and their voice is my voice. Yeah.
David Mundell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I commend my near neighbour, the member for Penrith and Solway, on his very brave contribution. Absolutely. It's very hard to come to this chamber and tell the truth when the pressure from the whips and the party is to defend the government at all costs. And he made it absolutely clear that this measure will have a devastating effect on farms and the farming industry in his constituency if it goes through as currently set out. Now, his constituency and mine have something in common in that in the 2001 foot and mouth outbreak, which devastated the farming industry, we saw for sure how important farming was to the whole community. Because farming was shut down, business was shut down. Yeah. Shops were shut. There were lots of businesses, garages, all the services in a rural area couldn't function because farming was not functioning. And that showed to me the great importance that farming has. But the outcome of this measure for my constituency from a Labour government, very ironically it seems to me, will be the further acquisition of land by private equity companies. Because good farming land, thanks partly to the Scottish Government and their lifting of restrictions on land that can be afforested, land in my constituency is under huge pressure from private equity funds buying it up to plant trees for carbon capture reliefs. And now,
it often seems that this would be a great thing to plant trees, and we should all be in favour of it. But the reality is that trees which are planted are Sitka spruce trees, Madam Deputy Speaker, and these trees are planted very, very close together. There is no light or land or environmental content within these forested areas. No creatures can survive in them. They are not environmentally friendly or sustainable, but they are financially attractive, and they employ nobody. There is no employment once the forest has been planted. And what's going to happen is that when farmers come under pressure, as they will, to sell land to meet inheritance tax, then this is who the buyers will be. They will be these private equity firms. And if it's not them, then in many other instances, as other members have highlighted, it will be those who want to develop solar panels in a farming scenario.
With estimates that show even at the most ambitious, we could only cover 1% of agricultural land with solar farms. And would he also agree with Tom Bradshaw, the NFU president, who commented to journalists 85 days ago, when he said, "What I do want to say is that an individual solar farm is not something which risks national food security," or the CLA, who said in 2022 that solar is a valuable diversification and cost-reducing land use for farms, helping to shield exposure to volatile agricultural markets.
No, I don't agree with his proposition. I don't think that viable prime agricultural land should be being used for solar farms. I believe that there is plenty of other brownfield land or land that is not prime agricultural land that could be used for solar farms, and I am not therefore supportive of some of the huge developments that are being proposed for my own constituency. I want to touch on one or two other points which have been raised but not, I think, expanded on. Firstly, the concept of the family farm, and a lot of the discussion has been as if the sole structure of a family farm is mother, father, son, daughter. It is often brothers and sisters or cousins who are involved in the farming business. So it is quite wrong to suggest always that these that some of the reliefs that can be applied would work in that situation. And I have constituents who are in exactly that sort of situation. So a family farm is not just mum and dad, son and daughter. It is brothers, sisters, cousins, an extended family. We've heard, and I think the Right Honourable Member for Orkney and Shetland touched on tenanted farmers. Tenanted farmers in Scotland in particular are in a very difficult position because they can't actually sell a couple of fields in order to pay the inheritance tax. They will be in a position where they will have to give up the whole of the business rather than take find the money in other ways to pay those bills. So we need to understand the issues that face tenant farmers. I do commend him also for his suggestion that there should be a much wider debate about farming finance. But the way in order to secure farming finance, to secure our farmers, is not to destroy the family farm by... I'm into my last moment, but I'll let...
Thank you. I thank the honourable member, and I'm quite astonished, really, because in the run-up to the general election, I had farmers in my constituency telling me, I kid you not, sat in a pub car park saying that they know they do better under a Labour government, but they often vote Conservative, and it feels like the opposition party here have taken for granted their loyalty, because the honourable gentleman has been talking about how hard things are, and I would agree with you. Actually, they talk about the margins that they've got, and they are tight. But who has caused them to be in that situation? We are now in a position of power where we...
Order. Can I remind order? You need to sit down. Can I remind members that interventions need to be interventions, brief and a question relevant to the speech that's taking place? David Mundell.
I don't know if the Honourable Lady was here for the speech by her colleague from Penrith and Solway, but he set out exactly what had happened to him as a Labour MP, having given farmers assurances about what Labour would do in government, and the farmers finding that they have been betrayed. Now, the choice is not final, as the Honourable Member also pointed out, and hopefully this debate will have shown the passions that farmers have, that those representing rural constituencies. I will, since I did reference you.
I'm glad you enjoyed my speech. Sorry, I'm glad the Honourable Member enjoyed my speech. Did he enjoy the bit at the end where I listed the abstract failure of your government when you were in power? I liked the honesty of the Honourable Gentleman's speech in setting out how the Labour government had let down his voters by going back on their undertakings in relation to this policy. They should listen to this debate here in Parliament today. They should listen to farmers, they should listen to the Honourable Gentleman, and they should change the policy.
I call Andy McNair.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And first of all, speaking as someone who lives on a farm, surrounded by farms, and whose family have farmed and diversified for generations, I'd like to add my voice to all the tributes paid to farmers, to the crucial role they play within our economy. Many other members have said it much more eloquently than I can, but let's all recognise the vital role that farms do have within our economy. And like many colleagues, I met with farmers in the period post-budget, and frankly I was expecting a pretty hard time, and there were some robust discussions, but they were also civil and constructive and informative and understanding, and I would like to pay tribute to the farmers and the NFU representatives who I met who took that approach to the discussion. And the thing that most surprised me in those discussions is how quickly it immediately pivoted to the sense of anger and abandonment and betrayal that arose from those last 14 years that had decimated their industry. Again, fellow members have described that in great detail, the Honourable Member for Westmorland and Lonsdale particularly well. The betrayal of Brexit, the spiralling energy prices and feed prices, the spiralling land costs, the terrible trade deals that open the doors to poor quality imports that undermine the very farming markets that the members opposite claim they value. We've heard already this dire management resulted in over 12,000 farms and agri-businesses going out of businesses since 2010. That is a terrible, shocking, shameful legacy. And for the members opposite to now present themselves as the champions of farmers is outrageous. And talking about arrogance, words that members opposite used, that is that. That arrogance, that refusal to reference, understand, learn from their own history and their own failings. And with that background, I will.
I absolutely agree that there is a real issue that they talk about being friends of the farmers, but for the last 14 years weren't. And it actually shows how little that they care that only 18% of their parliamentary party is even there for a debate that they've called.
It is amazing. I think one of my colleagues referenced the green fields opposite.
Only 21 of you. You've got 120 members.
I will continue. I will continue. So given that background, it's no surprise that farmers are both angry, worried and feeling very, very vulnerable. And I would like to associate myself with the remarks made by the member for Tiverton and Minehead earlier on, calling for some sort of calm and sense in this debate, because emotive language designed to sow fear, designed to cause concern, is irresponsible at the very least in these circumstances. So let's please try and keep to the facts and keep things calm and keep things reasonable. We're talking about family farms. That seems to be the focus of the members opposite. We've heard from many other colleagues about... Well, the phrase family farm tax immediately creates that sense of fear and targeting, which is just completely wrong. Completely wrong. We've heard about how, with some sensible tax planning, £3 million of assets can be exempt. And we've glanced over, in the case of many speeches, the importance of gifting rights. Let's take the scenario of a family farm in its truest sense, where it is to be passed between the generations. Now, surely gifting rights are a massive opportunity in that case to avoid all inheritance tax and to remove this sense of fear that you're trying to create. Simple inheritance planning, simple estate planning, which most of the rest of the country has to do by default, can avoid. I will.
I thank the member for giving way. As I'm sure he'll be aware, there's a thing called reservation of benefit when you pass on an asset under the 7-year rule. So is he suggesting that the farmer who's been on the farm the whole life should move out of his farmhouse, off of the land, or pay market rate tax, and rent? And where's he actually going to get that money from, given we know how small farm profits are?
Thank you. What I'm saying, and I will come on to saying, is there are a range of reliefs, benefits and rights that create the ability, in most cases, to avoid tax. So let's take the 7-year rule. That is a tapered rule. So after say 4 years, that liability drops from 20% to 12%. And also, not being mentioned much today, there is inheritance tax insurance available. So particularly for younger farmers who wish to gift those assets to the next generation, inheritance tax insurance effectively mitigates any risk of death inside 7 years. Now, I recognise that for older farmers, that can become really quite expensive, but nonetheless, it remains a mitigation that is open to anybody. Now, look, I recognise the issue with gifts with reservation, but that's the central point I'm making, and it's not just me saying it. The Institute of Fiscal Studies have said that with sensible, realistic and relatively straightforward estate planning, that estates worth considerably more than £2 million will remain exempt from tax. So there are many measures that can be taken. However, in this context, one of the great benefits of having these detailed discussions with farmers is to recognise the practicalities and the detail. So talking with, say, Becky, who runs a multi-generational family farm in Darwin, I came to recognise there are, to my mind, very good arguments for a degree of flexibility around gifting rights and timescales for the over-80s. I think it's a perfectly good argument for provision of professional and detailed tax advice to allow real, genuine family farms to take full advantage of all the reliefs that are available. And I genuinely believe that well-advised, true family farms with a plan to pass those farms between the generations, you can mitigate or completely avoid any liability from these taxes. But I'll finish off by going back to the main point that members have made, that farms don't make enough money, and turning things around, getting back to a situation where farms, yes, exactly, where farms can succeed as businesses, where we bring costs down, not just raise prices as was suggested there. We bring energy costs down. We use government purchasing power to buy locally produced food. We protect farmers from being undercut through bad trade deals. We lower and more stable energy bills, rural crime strategies and flood resilience task forces removing risk. Our plan for farms is supported by £5 billion, the biggest ever investment in farms in generations. So let's stop the scaremongering, get behind British farming and reverse 14 years of decline.
Sir Gavin Williamson.
Madam Deputy Speaker, Staffordshire is the largest dairy producing county in the Midlands, and in the county we have 9,600 people working on farms across the county, and 432 of those farms are in my constituency and an incredibly important part of the fabric of the area. And so many of my constituents who have listened to the budget have been genuinely shocked. And they've been shocked because they took what was said by the party opposite at face value, that there was not going to be any changes in inheritance tax for agricultural land. They listened and they believed. Now, I know, and I always like to believe the very best in people, that actually the ministers on the front bench, probably fought for that position from the Department for Environment, Food and Rural Affairs, but it was a diktat by Treasury. That is a tendency for the Treasury to do to many departments, in my experience. But it was a diktat that has meant that they've had a change in position. But this is a change in position that has a severe impact on so many people's lives. If there was a factory in Staffordshire employing 9,600 people and its future was in jeopardy, its viability was in jeopardy, the front bench on the government side would be rallying to its support. People across the House would be saying, let us do something to save these jobs and to save these livelihoods. But that is not the case on this. And of course, I'll give the honourable gentleman the opportunity to burnish his potential to be that PPS in DEFRA, which I know he is so desperate for on so many occasions.
They were so dismissive of DEFRA, which is a fine department, and those of us that believe in the countryside absolutely value DEFRA's work. I'm just wondering why the honourable member wasn't so loud when 875 agribusinesses in his region closed in the last 14 years.
The honourable gentleman, all the time that I've been a Member of Parliament, I've fought for my farmers, and I will continue to fight for my farmers, and I will offer an invite, I'll offer the invite to the Minister on the front bench at the next Staffordshire Agricultural Show. I'm quite happy to invite him as my guest. I'm quite happy to take him around the Staffordshire Agricultural Show, and he can look for those farmers that are in favour of his government's policy. He can talk to my farmers. He can talk to farmers. There are 446 farmers in the Stafford constituency, my neighbouring constituency, who I imagine will have a very similar view to the farmers in my constituency, that this is a policy that will put them out of business. I can take him around the Staffordshire Agricultural Show and he can maybe meet some of the 351 farmers from the neighbouring Lichfield constituency and try and find how many of them believe that his policy will help them grow their businesses. We know that actually family businesses, whether it's a farm or whether it's a manufacturing business, invest not just for the 5 years, but for a generation and more than one generation. His policy, the Minister's policy and this government's policy, Madam Deputy Speaker, is actually going to drive large financial institutions to own so much more of our land. Not local farmers who are invested in the community, not local farmers who care about the villages and towns that serve them. And already this policy is having an impact. So many businesses that supply farmers are already seeing a significant drop-off in orders, whether it is people supplying agricultural machinery, whether it is people who are supplying seed, and so much more. And I would urge the Minister, because I believe that he comes to this House with a good heart, to actually look at the wider impact that this policy is going to have on our countryside. Look at how it can be changed and look at how it can be improved. And he says, the party opposite say they want to capture the large landowners, maybe the James Dysons. I actually have a great deal of confidence that people such as that will be able to find different arrangements that means that that wealth will never be touched, Madam Deputy Speaker. But so many of those small farmers that have worked so hard all of their lives to build something that they can hand on to their children are going to be impacted. And I fear for them, and I urge the government to put the dogma of party politics to one side, but just to actually really think of the impact that this is going to have on the lives of so many farmers who are trying to do the right thing for this country and for our countryside.
John Slinger.
Deputy Speaker, I'd first like to thank the farmers who visited me in the House for the good and respectful conversation that we had, and I reflected their concerns to ministers and will continue to do so. Now, the party opposite, when in government, trashed our economy. Mortgage rates went up, interest rates up, prices up, taxes on working people, including farm workers, up. The party opposite smashed public services, with unprecedented, often unnecessary cuts to the services that our country relies on, including farmers. Our roads potholed, GP surgeries under-resourced, a lack of mental health provision, schools struggling, sometimes crumbling, unaffordable housing, especially in rural areas. I could go on. The party opposite dashed the hopes of farmers while they were in government. They tried to sell out farmers with their trade deals, often gleeful about cheaper imports, or hinting about support for chemically treated or hormone-injected meat. They gave farmers the chaos of delayed stop-start support schemes, cuts to police, including rural policing, neglect for flooding in rural areas, the incompetence of not even managing to spend 300 million of money they hadn't managed to cut. Now they speak, perhaps exaggeratedly, about the impact of this government's plans. Yet where was their outrage when 12,000 farmers and agribusinesses were forced out of business since 2010? Or where was their outrage when services were being cut by their government? Now they're unabashed in their defence of the status quo regarding inheritance tax, which means they're content to see the top 7% of the wealthiest claimants account for 40% of the total value of APR, costing the taxpayer £219 million. They're unashamed in their overall position about a budget from our government that has, as a result of the tough decisions of my right honourable friend, the Chancellor, been able to provide £5 billion to the farming budget over 2 years, the largest ever budget for sustainable food production, Madam Deputy Speaker, and £60 million for farmers affected by last winter's wet weather, and £208 million to protect against future diseases. So contrary to some recent campaigning, what we are doing on this side of the House is investing in British farming. And equally, this government's budget is investing in our entire nation, in our economy, our public services, and we will build the growth and prosperity that we all rely on. We've made our decision. Now the members opposite, especially Conservative members, must justify why they continue to support the status quo, why they oppose our budget with its funding for farming, and why they rail against our budget's investment in our economy. They owe it to the people outside this House to say, if they oppose us, then which taxes would they increase? Which services, which public services would they cut? Or how much would they increase borrowing by? I will give way to the honourable member.
I thank the honourable member for giving way. When he considers how much money is going to be raised by the family farm tax, could he let me know how many hundredths of a % does it go against total government annual spending?
I thank the honourable member for his intervention. I don't have that exact precise detail to hand, as I think he won't be surprised to hear me say. I will continue. So I say to those who trashed our economy, who smashed our public services, who dashed the hopes of farmers over 14 years, who are unabashed in their defence of the status quo, and who refuse to set out a credible alternative to our budget, we will decline their advice today. And I urge honourable members across this House to do so as well.
I call John Glenn.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's a privilege for me to make a contribution in this debate. I represent Salisbury and South Wiltshire, a very large number of farmers. I had a large number of them come up and visit me here in the House of Commons, and a week later I had the largest meeting that I've ever had in Salisbury of farmers who were gravely disappointed and concerned at the implications of this particular budget measure. And it was a shock because it was widely expected that this wouldn't be on the table when the Labour government came in. Now, one of the greatest privileges of my career was to spend about most of the last 8 years, about 6.5 of them, in the Treasury in various roles. As a PPS to a Chancellor, Philip Hammond, and then as Economic Secretary and Chief Secretary. And I do understand the dynamics between spending departments and the Treasury in the run-up to budgets. And I have a serious degree of sympathy for the DEFRA ministers in the run-up to this budget. But what I have to say is that when APR and BPR was put on the table in front of me and my ministerial colleagues at numerous points during the time that we had in the Treasury, we said no. Now, I would acknowledge, and I'm trying to be as reasoned and reasonable as I can, other choices will have to be made. And I recognise the difficulty of those choices. The difficulties that we faced when we came into government in 2010 with a 10% deficit, in the same way that this government had a different set of challenges, although I would dispute some of the numbers. But I want to keep my remarks focused on this measure in hand. The reason why I would never have wanted to take forward and progress the removal of the APR relief with BPR relief was because it was the product of a technical desktop economist's view of tax raising. It wasn't an option when one took into account the reality of what would actually happen in terms of the rural economy and the implications for farming. And a number of colleagues have rehearsed excellent examples of where farms will, of quite modest size but serious capital value, will be massively compromised by the need, even over, as the Chancellor said to the Select Committee, with 10 years interest-free opportunity to repay that inheritance tax, which I acknowledge is standard practice for this sort of relief. If you look at the profitability of the typical farm, that is not a realistic prospect. That is just not a realistic prospect. Now, I recognise that the Honourable Gentleman, the Farming Minister, who I've had some dealings with in the past, and I genuinely have a great deal of respect for him, and I don't want to embarrass him by saying anything more. He has got a large number of issues to deal with, and I think we would all in this House wish to see some clarity around land use framework, how we reconcile where to build more homes, where to deal with the challenges of renewable energy, but we have got to keep in focus the core function of our farmers, which is to produce food. And I recognise the intervention earlier. I'm not suggesting that the government is going to say that we're going to have solar farms everywhere, but we do need to have a coherent farming policy as a whole and a land use strategy that people understand. And the issue with this policy is that we're going to be in a situation where we're going to decimate the number of family farms, because the only way, unless there is a significant increase in thresholds or an age limit of when it applies or an alternative tax mechanism like business rollover relief is examined by the Treasury, unless those changes happen, and there is time to consider those changes before the legislation comes to this House, probably at the end of next year, then we are going to be in real trouble in this country with the legacy of this decision. So I urge the Minister, but I urge his colleagues in the Treasury to think again and come back with better proposals for his colleague.
Sam Rushworth.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I came here today to speak up for upland farmers in my constituency. And though I'm not a farmer myself, I grew up within smelling distance of a dairy farm. And coming from a working background, I have earned a living working outdoors in all weathers as a gardener, so I know what it feels like to have mud on my boots and frozen fingers. However, For a lot of our farmers, the physical strain is only part of the daily struggle. The other's the anxiety of having so much invested in such a precarious business and the burden of responsibility to keep the farm alive in an era of shrinking profits. And both because farmers are working people who deserve secure livelihoods and because food security is essential for our national security, I hold quarterly forums with the farmers in my area, and I say this before anyone tries to intervene to ask me how many I meet with. I hold regular forums. In fact, some of our council candidates are local sheep and cattle farmers. Yeah. And of course I've met with them more in the last few weeks than I had been doing. And in the meantime, I'm having conversations with fellow MPs, with DEFRA and Treasury officials and ministers to push for the issues that matter to farmers in our area. So when I went to the Bill office last night to receive the motion for this day, genuinely, I was not sure how I would vote, and I read it with an open mind. But when I saw it, I thought, what a load of tripe. The opposition could have, and by the way, I thank the member for Salisbury for what I thought was a much more constructive tone in his speech a moment ago, and the opposition could have come here today, and they could have presented a constructive motion that would have found sympathy with many of the rural backbench MPs on my benches. But instead, this motion seems calibrated to make us want to oppose it. And it seems to me that they're more interested in playing party politics and cosplaying as the friends of farmers with this motion than they are in genuinely addressing issues that they both ignored in government and now are ignoring in opposition. There are some legitimate concerns about the policy that have been expressed to me by farmers in my constituency. And by the way, many farmers in my constituency sympathise with its aims, and they sympathise with what the government is trying to achieve. One told me recently he can't stand the James Dysons of this world who are hoovering up agricultural land. But they are concerned that there remains a tax incentive to invest in agricultural land. And I would be grateful if the Treasury would report on some of the modelling around this. For example, we know that only 7% of wealthy claimants account for 40% of the cost of APR, but that means that 93% are only costing £382 million, and so it would be interesting to know how much money it would cost to slightly lift the thresholds or to address concerns around life insurance. I won't take interventions only because other colleagues want to get in. Yeah. So I think there are concerns, but I have to say, when I met with the farmers in my constituency recently, they agreed with me that the bigger concern for them, as many colleagues have touched on today, is profitability. And the motion today could have talked about economic stability for lower inflation and interest rates. It could have talked about cutting rural crime, which would also cut insurance premiums. And may I say, I welcome the member for Buckinghamshire's bill on this, but there does need to be secondary legislation. Thank you. Let's work together. I'm pleased that the government is defending against floods and disease. I'm pleased that we're committed to protecting standards in trade deals. I'm pleased that we're committed to getting a new veterinary agreement with the EU to cut red tape. I'm pleased with public sector procurement targets. We also need to do something on rules around food labelling to prevent farm washing. We need to do more to strengthen farmers' bargaining power with supermarkets. I'm pleased with the changes to planning laws that will allow a lot of farmers to invest. But I would just say to my own party and to the government that we need to bring these forward faster. Farming in my constituency is on life support, and there is in fact goodwill towards this government and what we are trying to do. But we cannot afford to wait another 18 months for this, and particularly for the BPS transition. We need upland farmers to be able to access the SFIs that I know are in the pipeline, but they cannot wait 18 months to receive them.
Members will be aware I am starting wind-ups at 4:40 precisely. So the last few minutes I call Lewis Cocking.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And Broxbourne isn't known for its farms, but this year, at the boundary changes, has seen my agricultural land increase. But this tax will affect thousands of my constituents through the supply chain and through buying food at supermarkets. But I want to concentrate on something that we keep hearing from Labour members. Now, we are told that farmers that are represented by opposition MPs and Conservative MPs are completely against the policy, and then we're told time and time again, we've had a number of Labour members stand up to tell us they've spoken to their farmers and they seem happy about it and they're going to vote with the government tonight. So I thought I'd go out there and put that to the test. So as I've said, my seat has had boundary changes and I've had farms move into my constituency. Now, if this farm had remained in the original seat before the general election, it would now be represented by a Labour member. But it's not. It moved into my constituency and it's represented by a Conservative Member of Parliament. So I asked this farmer when I went to visit them, I said, "You're completely against this policy." They said, "Yep, absolutely, Lewis. This will destroy our family farm." So I asked them, I said, "So pre-boundary changes, if you were in your old seat and you had a Labour Member of Parliament now, would your views still be the same?" And they said to me, they said, "Don't be so silly, Lewis. Of course it would be the same." So I do not understand which farmers Labour Members of Parliament are going out there to speak to, because they cannot be different. They cannot be different from the views of my farmers.
It's the same rules,
Thousands of them from across the country, from my constituency and wider Hertfordshire area, came to Westminster to show their displeasure with the government. So please, look, please think again, vote with us today and stand up for your farmers.
I call Shadow Minister Robbie Moore.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. This morning, ordinary farming families across all four corners of our United Kingdom will be waking up to another day of hard graft. Now, if it's anything like my upbringing, the kids will be out early, helping their parents feed the livestock. Dad might be milking the cows or perhaps out crop walking, with the agronomist rightly concerned about the impact of recent wet weather. And Mum, no doubt, will be battling the elements, keeping the whole operation running smoothly, and somehow still finding time to make sure that everyone has their wellies on the right feet. Now, anyone with experience of rural life understands all too well the constant struggle of keeping a family farm afloat. It's tough work, long hours, barely any room to breathe, and a financial struggle for many. And as I have said many times in this House, our farming families are not multi-millionaires. Many will be striving to make a profit, but a lot of our families won't, with many of our farmers earning less than the minimum wage. But today, these farmers will also be waking up with the crushing reality that they now face losing everything that they've ever worked for. Everything that their mum or dad or the generations before them have worked for, all because of this Labour government's disastrous family farm tax. And I can tell you, Madam Deputy Speaker, having spoken to hundreds of farmers in the days since the budget, as have the Shadow Secretary of State, and indeed many of the colleagues sat behind me have, Labour's catastrophic budget really is an anxiety that very few farmers were ready for. And we've heard many of these concerns raised in the debate. My honourable friend for Weald of Kent spoke about those such as Ross in her constituency, who may have ill health and other challenging circumstances, who don't have time to plan. My right honourable friend for Braintree talked about farming accountants, talking about incredibly distressing calls from farmers. My honourable friend for Bridlington and the Wolds and Stone, Great Riley and Penkridge raised the impact on the wider rural economy and the whole of the UK production sector. And my right honourable friend for North Cotswolds and the member for South West Wiltshire rightly mentioned the challenges of the whole budget will have on our farming community, including the dire consequences of employers' national insurance. And my honourable friend for Mid-Norfolk and just now Broxbourne rightly highlighted the concerns of family farms, which will have been in the family for many generations, facing being split up. And my honourable friend for Gordon and Buchan and for Salisbury rightly challenged the government's own data, figures and their lack of understanding of values. But this is the core issue here. It's all about trust. Because before the general election, Labour looked our farmers in the eye and told them continuously that there would be no changes to inheritance tax. Indeed, the member for High Peak, even at a hustings, classified this as Conservative scaremongering before the general election. Indeed, many of the Labour MPs sat opposite proudly stood with placards saying that they would back British farming. And yet here we are, 35 days after Labour introduced the family farm tax and 15 days after thousands of family farmers rallied in London, and yet not a shred of contrition from the ministers sat opposite. Not even the slightest bit of empathy for those ordinary farming families who know the value of their businesses, who have looked at the detail and who have been hit hard by Labour's family farm tax. And why? Because their level of arrogance is stark, as we have seen in this debate. The member for Ribble Valley, for Peterborough, for Forest of Dean couldn't even mention one farmer in their constituency who supported this policy. The member for I will give way in 2 minutes. The member for North East Derbyshire seems to be convinced that this will only impact the wealthiest. The members for Hexham, who is not in his place, I don't believe, and the member for North Northumberland both say that they have engaged with their farmers, heard their views, but then failed to mention anything in support of scrapping Labour's disastrous family farm tax. No wonder their farmers are up in arms. The member for Bassetlaw turned up, but then failed to mention anything about inheritance tax relief. And the member for Penrith and Solway rightly highlighted Labour's broken promises, and I pay tribute to him for mentioning it. But will he have the courage to commit to back our farmers and vote with us in scrapping Labour's family farm tax? And the member for Rugby spoke, didn't mention any reference at all to inheritance tax, but did mention the budget. Well, I can tell that member that in one single week after the budget, 1,022 companies filed to shut down in a week, ending November the 8th after the budget. And I'd also like to point out that we have saw 1.1 million more businesses between 2010 and 2023. Madam Deputy Speaker, the NFU, the CLA, the TFA and farming organisations up and down the UK say that Labour's budget will tear British farming apart, UK food production and our domestic food security agenda. And the Central Association of Agricultural Valuers, whose members' job it is to determine the value of farms, say that the government have got their figures completely wrong. And those very same tax experts that the farming minister rolled out in defence of this policy just a few weeks ago have now gone on to criticise it. Madam Deputy Speaker, the government is looking incredibly isolated. Public support for this policy has been wiped out in the time since it was announced, leaving Labour MPs as its only defenders, who up to now have all failed to publicly call out our city-dwelling Prime Minister and Chancellor's callous budget. And now we've even had the Exchequer Secretary being wheeled out as to open this debate as the government's last remaining hope to try and defend this disastrous attack on our farming families. Madam Deputy Speaker, they've lost to the experts, they've lost to the industry, and it now seems that they've lost their own Secretary of State from the front bench. And actually, it's great to see that he's just walked into this debate and turned up. It's weak and it's very embarrassing, and I will give way to the honourable member.
The Shadow Minister for giving way. He says that the members on the other side don't know any farmers. I do. I'm proudly a sixth-generation farmer's daughter. My brother still farms, but for how much longer, I don't know. My dad died exactly a year ago today. My mum is a partner in the business. She's now 81. My brother is not married, and he lives in a rather lovely farmhouse, but we don't know how much longer that will be. He's worried about his farm. He's worried that he'll be the last one to close the gates for the very, very last time. So does the Shadow Minister agree with me that we must move to a compromise, a transition, a clawback mechanism? Let's look to incentivise our farmers, not with this punitive tax.
I thank the honourable member for intervention, and this just highlights the devastating consequences that Labour's budget is going to have on our family farms. But there are many questions that remain unanswered. So with the opportunity of the Treasury and the DEFRA ministers sat side by side, I will put a few to them. First, if this is a unified government before us, why did the Treasury only tell DEFRA about this policy the night before the budget? Second, why did ministers not take into account claimants of BPR in the limited data sets that they have released? And I'm happy to give way to the Minister if he wants to answer that specific point, because he's not answered it to date. Third, why do the government believe it is unnecessary to take into account the size of family farming businesses when determining the impact their £1 million cap will have on agricultural property relief and business property relief? And finally, for the sixth time in asking in this place, why has no detailed economic impact assessment for this policy ever been produced? Madam Deputy Speaker, our position is clear. We back our British farmers, and the Conservative Party will reverse this family farm tax. And that is exactly why we have forced this vote today. But we can't do this alone, and therefore I want to conclude by reaching out to those Labour MPs sat opposite, as I know that there are some sitting behind the front bench who do have first-hand experience of rural life, who do understand the consequences of this family farm tax, and who are saying in private that the government have got this terribly wrong. So I say to those honourable members, it's not too late. It's not too late to save our farming families from this cruel farm tax. And the same for those faceless multinational corporations who will no doubt sweep up any land which is forced to be sold as a result of this policy. And it's not too late to join our British farmers, the many farming organisations across the UK, the tens of thousands of farmers who were in Whitehall just a few weeks ago. Many honourable members sat opposite committed to back British farming before they entered this place, and now is their chance to prove it. Madam Deputy Speaker, British farmers are watching, and Labour MPs have a clear choice: either to back British farming and scrap this catastrophic tax, or put party politics before the voices of their constituents and farmers. I urge everyone in this House to do the right thing, to put British farmers first and vote against Labour's family farm tax.
Minister Daniel Zeigler.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to close this debate on the planned reforms to agricultural property relief. And it's been important to hear from people from all sides of the debate today and to outline the steps that this government has taken to reach this decision on APR, because the reforms to agricultural property relief are just one of the very tough decisions this government had to take across the board on tax, welfare and spending to plug that £22 billion black hole that we inherited from the Conservatives and restore our public services. Now, we've had many contributions. I'm sorry I can't respond in detail to all of them, but on my side, certainly, starting with an excellent account from my honourable friend from Ribble Valley. My near neighbour from Peterborough spoke eloquently about the workforce issues, which is astonishing how rarely raised from the Conservative benches. There are some exceptions, some noble exceptions. From the Forest of Dean, from my honourable friend from High Peak, who rightly raised, as a number of others did, the issues of profitability within the sector. From Penrith and Salisbury, who made the very important point that we're not actually discussing the finance bill today. From Hexham, again, why is it takes the Labour side to raise the issues of rural crime? Because anyone who's been out talking to farmers will know that's their top concern. From North Northumberland, a powerful account of the value of rural life. From North East Derbyshire, again, talking about the National Health Service. These are the concerns of people in rural areas. From Bassett Law, rural crime again. From Rossendale and Darwin. From Rugby, who rightly outlined the atrocious record of the Conservatives over 14 years on public services. And finally from Bishop Auckland, who rightly dismissed the opposition motion as a load of tripe, although maybe that's tough on tripe. Now, there have been a huge range of figures and analysis quoted in this debate so far. And I have to say that the part of the problem with the figures is they seem to be talking about different things. There's only one set of figures that actually gives guidance on this issue, and those are the Treasury figures showing that around 500 estates a year will be affected, and that's based on the hard data of the actual claims, Madam Deputy Speaker. And it includes the impact of APR, but also taking into account business property relief. And I'd urge some of the members opposite to actually look at the paper that is available to every member, the letter from the Chancellor to chair the Treasury Select Committee outlining all the details, taking into account those personal circumstances, the nil-rated inheritance allowances and the other capital allowances. And those figures, of course, are endorsed by the Independent Office for Budget Responsibility. You've had a lot of time to make your points. I'm going to make mine. Now, I recognise the frustration. Would the members opposite have been so interested during the last Parliament? I remember sitting on those benches hour after hour on the very rare occasions when a rural debate was brought forward. No interest then, suddenly now. Now, I recognise, Madam Deputy Speaker, the frustration, and I'm afraid the honourable gentleman came in late, and if you turn up late, you don't get to speak. I recognise the frustration and anxiety being felt by farmers around the country.
Order. I am sure that honourable members want to listen to the Minister. I know my constituents certainly do, and farmers across this country certainly will. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm not sure they do want to listen, really. Because of the anxiety that we know that people are feeling, it's right that both the Prime Minister, the Environment Secretary and I have all met with the NFU President Tom Bradshaw to talk about the proposed reforms, and the Government has and will continue to engage with the NFU, with the CLA, with the Tenant Farming Association and other stakeholders going forward. The reforms won't be introduced until April 2026, so there is plenty of time for people to plan for change and to get, as they always should if you're running major businesses, get professional advice about succession planning. But let's be honest, Madam Deputy Speaker, the protests last month were not just about APR. Rural communities had felt ignored and let down by this place after decades of failure. And the Conservatives, of course, had sold British farmers out in trade deals with New Zealand and Australia. And I listened to the Shadow Secretary of State, and did we get any apology for those trade deals? Not a word of it. No contrition. They have learned nothing. And they left farmers facing spiralling energy bills because they refused to invest in cheaper homegrown British power, a decision that also, of course, sent costs for fertiliser and animal feed soaring. The Conservatives were so incompetent, they failed to get £300 million earmarked for farmers out the door, leaving farmers out of pocket as the money sat idly by in Treasury coffers. And that disastrous kamikaze budget that crashed Britain's economy sent interest rates and mortgages skyrocketing at massive cost to our farmers and rural communities. As a result of all that, public services are broken. Hospital waiting lists at record highs, schools in rural areas crumbling, if those members use them, of course, roads across country areas are cratered with potholes, rural communities rightly feeling ignored and left behind. This government won't accept it. So these reforms will disincentivise the wealthy from buying up agricultural land to shield their wealth from inheritance tax, but also raise the money needed to fix those public services. So this is a turning point for national renewal. And its budget also commits £5 billion to agriculture over the next 2 years.
Point of order, Simon Hoare.
Question now be put.
The question is that the question be now put. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Division, clear the... Members, the question is that the original words stand part of the question. As many as are of that opinion say aye. 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 Of the contrary, no. No! Division, clear the lobby. The question is, as on the order paper, as many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Tellers for the ayes, Nick Timothy and James Weald. Tellers for the noes, Kate Dearden, Martin McCluskey. No.
The ayes to the right, 181. The noes to the left, 339.
Next.
The ayes were 181, the noes were 339. So the noes have it, the noes have it. Unlock. No. The question is that the proposed words be there added. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it. I declare the question as amended to be agreed to. We now come to the second opposition day motion on increase in employers' national insurance contributions. May I ask members to clear the room quickly and quietly so we can start the next business, please?